I think if if INEC is able to do their job properly, we won't even have to go to court. We will just make sure that there's a free and fair election in Nigeria, and it's glaring for everyone to see. So no one is going to be crying foul. Oh no, I'm sorry. My votes are supposed to be more than this. You did not count the votes well, or there were probably the sleeves that were already torn printed, having all of these things, because these are things that we see, and thank God for social media, we're seeing all of those things, and so people have the evidence in court.
They no go explain tire.
This one evidence.
Yes, no.
So people have the evidence in court to say, okay, this is the reason why I'm not going to accept this verdict, and then they have to go to court. And it seems like this is a trajectory, like almost every election now.
Yeah.
Everybody is going to court. They're literally taking that saying, go to court.
Yes, some people just strategize and look for the loopholes that their opponents will have, so that when the election is over, whether they did a campaign or not, they can use that and go to court. I don't know. There are two small girls that were on the show a few weeks ago, I think last month, and guess what? They were in an international competition, which they won. And what did they do? They developed an app where anybody can vote from anywhere, and only one vote at a time. They're Nigerians, two small girls. The other one was 9, the other one was 11.
Amazing.
And it's amazing, that's the word to use. If you sell this idea to INEC, for instance, they will not take it. Because
where's our IRF first?
IRF is not even working, and so how they
What's
won't
happening with
take
the
it.
portal? So we have to even start from the ones that they have. Start from where you are, as we like to say, start from where you are. The IRF, why are we not seeing all of these results being uploaded for everyone to see? That way, we're not having the whole back and I'm tired of the court.
Yes, everybody's tired.
Why do we keep
tired.
going to court? Let's just have a credible election and everybody will be happy. Make sure that the person or the candidate that the people want should be the one who's declared winner. Everyone can see it. Simple. I don't even think elections should be this tedious. It's so tedious in Nigeria lately. It doesn't have to be. It's simple. Oh, I want candidate A. I go there, I vote for candidate A. When the results come, they see this amount of people, probably 70% out of 100% voted for candidate B. Okay, candidate B is the winner. Simple, and that's fine.
Yes, and I go somewhere, I find out why candidate B is the winner, and I'm sure that candidate B is the winner.
Yes, this person did better than me in the campaign, this person's manifesto, all of that. And I'm like, okay, I take the defeat. No problem. I'm going to find a way to work with you. And I think politicians need to stop these inordinate ambitions that they have. Most times, I think it's a title. Everyone wants to go there to say, oh, I was a governor, or I was a commissioner, or maybe House of Reps or whatever. I was a senator. How about you're saying you're doing it for the growth of Nigeria? So whoever wins, I'm also ready to put my hands in the plow and work with that person. That way we can have a better Nigeria.
There's a common saying among the politicians that there's no permanent friend or permanent enemy, only permanent interest. What that should mean is that you have the interest of Nigeria at heart.
Yes.
But how you choose to align yourself and who you choose to align yourself with to achieve that national interest does not matter. That is what it should mean. But here it means that whatever is your personal interest is what matters. So I can be your friend today if it is beneficial to me, or your enemy tomorrow if it is not beneficial to me. That's what they have interpreted it to be. Nigeria is the goal. Yes. Nigeria is the constituency.
Of Nigeria.
Do we even have an agenda for Nigeria that you say this is the Nigerian dream? That's something we have to fashion out for ourselves. The American dream is there. Everybody has a dream. Do we have a Nigerian dream? What do we want it to be in the next 20 years, in the next 50 years, in the next 100 years? Some places like Dubai and the rest are budgeting and planning for 250 years to come.
I'm almost tearing up.
For 250 years to come. Now you're just thinking about, I'm a governor today, let me do flyover and put my name it after myself, and that's the thing. I always say this, a man that thinks not of legacy is the most dangerous person. You see someone and he's saying, hey, if I die, I don't die good now. You don't think about what your name will be tomorrow. How will
you're
you be
leaving
remembered
behind,
for? You
yes.
just want to live in the now and get out. And that's the end. You do whatever you like.
That's nothing at all. That's an empty life. Please, I think one thing I'm taking out from this conversation is the Nigerian dream. What is the Nigerian dream?
Yeah.
We need to start looking into the Nigerian dream. What can we do to push Nigeria forward? And where do we want to see ourselves in the next 30 and 50 years and 100 years to come? And even for our kids, because we don't know when the world is ending. However, we know that there's still going to be children coming in, the young ones, and what are we leaving for them?
Yeah.
That's the question. So please, I think the Nigerian dream should be something that is in everyone's mind. How do we move Nigeria forward?
Okay, so let's take a break now. When we come back, we'll look at what the papers are saying. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do.
Don't mind this.
We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed. The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, a public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you're not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
Glad to know you're still there. It's time now to look at the headlines that made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. And we have been joined by Jide Johnson, Chief Lecturer at Nigerian Institute of Journalism here in Lagos State. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning to you. Good morning to viewers all over the world. It's a pleasure to be with you on this Good Friday morning after Thanksgiving in America. We hope we also have a day for National Thanksgiving in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So we have cause to thank God.
Unfortunately, the only country that has a day for Thanksgiving do not even believe so much in God. Yeah. When you talk about God, it's a problem to them. You can't pray in schools. You can't pray anywhere else openly and all that. But they have Thanksgiving Day. What an irony. And we don't have it in Nigeria. Okay, we are beginning the review of papers today with the Punch newspaper, and the leading headline here is NNPCL ends fuel import December 2024, projects 4.5 trillion naira revenue. When you read that headline, what did it say to you?
Well, NNPC have been making projections and they've been making promises, and over the years, everybody seems to be taking whatever NNPC is saying with a pinch of salt, because the institution has become more powerful than the states. It's not been held accountable. We have not even seen the audited account of NNPC, and there's no NNPC chairman in recent memory that have not had cause to be at loggerheads with the National Assembly, even with the general public, with respect to the management of the assets and liabilities of the critical institution of government that is responsible for revenue generation. Don't forget that our economy is a monoproduct economy. Just this week, you knew that the Senate threatened to fire the CMD of NNPC. So as far as I'm concerned, when NNPC makes projection based on what? There's no transparency with the way NNPC is being managed. So as far as I am concerned, and a lot of Nigerians and a lot of players in that sector, they don't seem to believe whatever NNPC is saying. He's saying part-time. Most of this time is just to whip up public sympathy and just to score a PR point. As far as the real issues are concerned, you ask yourself these questions: if private operators, people that are operating in the upstream sector, are making profit, they start from zero and they are making profit. I don't want to mention names of companies operating, even local-based company or foreign-based company, drilling a oil even in downstreams and making more money than even the person that owns you. Then you begin to beg the question: what is really wrong with the management of NNPC? Or you compare NNPC, you do a situation analysis, you compare NNPC with Aramco in Saudi Arabia, which is the Saudi Arabian National Oil Company, or you compare it with Petronas, which is the Brazilian National Oil Company, or that of Venezuela, or that of Angola, and then you put them side by side and you look at where NNPC is and where those other national oil companies are, then you know that NNPC is still at its infancy stage, while those ones have matured into a full-blown company that is delivering and making profit for the nation, and the people are benefiting from it. So I don't believe whatever NNPC is saying. That's my view. I might be wrong, but that's my opinion, and my opinion is based on my overview of what NNPC.
Okay, but one of the writers said the Kyari, that is the boss of NNPCL, insists on December deadline for Port Harcourt refinery repairs, and then Speaker is demanding privatization. So they did tell us that the Port Harcourt refinery will be ready by December, and we're almost in December, and he's insisting that it is doable. We just hope that it is not as doable as we heard that we'll start manufacturing planes in Nigeria, and that we've not seen even one carrier to Nigeria's name.
When the Speaker insists on privatization, was the Speaker not a member of the House of Rep under Buhari administration? You remember when NNPC went public? So what type of privatization are they seeing again? You recall all the fanfare, or all the glazed, all the glamour surrounding NNPC going public and not going private, or rather that is no longer a public liability company but becoming a private liability company whereby people can make their own investment in it, and money was spent, and then all what we just saw was just abracadabra. Is just pure gimmick, because there's no transition in the management of NNPC. There's no transition in the operation. There's no transition from being a government-owned entity to private-owned entity, whereby people can public-owned entity, whereby people can make investment in it. Just like the one you spoke about concerning Nigerian Air. Concerning Nigerian Air, all the promises concerning Nigerian Air, that we have our own national carrier, we manufacture our plane, only for us to understand that we went and hired an Ethiopian airline painted in Nigerian color at the twilight of Buhari's administration, and then the minister of aviation then is still working free. He's not been invited by anybody. He's not been invited by EFCC, and the only person that has been invited by EFCC in the last administration is only Emefiele, and then you have various spokespersons.
Tinubu assents bill on local military equipment production. That's another headline there, smaller headline there, and your thoughts on that?
That's for some of us that followed local football in the 70s and in the 80s, and there is a football club in Kaduna, DICBs, Defense Investment Corporation. So when they are talking about some of these things they are doing, some of these things have been in existence in the past. The Defense Investment Corporation, locally, we used to manufacture some of our ammunition. That was why that company was established in the past. What happened to it? Why did it go moribund? And then why did we have to wait till now to revive what has been in existence before? Sometimes, it's a step in the right direction, because if you look at the amount of money that have been spent on purchase of arms and ammunition, if you look at the administration, the amount of the money we lost in South Africa because we couldn't get to buy arms through the legal means, and then we wanted to use the legal means to get it, and then it was seized. And if you look at the defense budget and how money have been spent, which does not commensurate to the peace and tranquility, security of lives and property in the country. I recall while we were off air, where you talk about this issue of bandits imposing in Kaduna, imposing tariffs on farmers, that they have to pay those tariffs and those taxes before they can harvest their products. You have a nation within it. You have some non-state actors performing state function. I hope with the signing of this bill, life will be given to that organization again, and then we can begin to produce and manufacture arms and ammunition in Nigeria. Because I recall during the ECOMOG, if you recall during the ECOMOG, when there was crisis in Liberia, in which Nigeria played a critical role in ensuring that crisis does not dovetail to other African countries, and to bring it under control, and for institution of democratic governance in Liberia. And we saw what happened in Liberia just this last week, with smooth transition, where the incumbent lost the election by narrow margin, and seamlessly he conceded, and then they moved on with that. But with the benefit of insight, you recall what Nigeria did during the ECOMOG, and most of the arms and ammunition used in the ECOMOG were locally produced and locally sourced.
Okay, we'll move over to the next paper. We have Daily Trust, and I think you just touched on this right now. You were talking about the Kaduna farmers in dilemma as bandits impose levies before harvest. So what's the role of the government on this? Like, how are we trying to put measures in place to ensure that we're stopping banditry and people who are just supposed to go to, their farms, and this is how they put food on the table, but yet they're being kidnapped, abducted, some of them killed, and some of them, their produce are being confiscated if they don't pay these levies. What are the measures what's the role of the government, the measures that can be put in place to ensure that this doesn't happen? Because at the end of the day, the security for the lives of Nigerians should be paramount.
The security of lives and property of the people and the territorial integrity of the nation is the first and foremost responsibility of government. When government fails to do that, that government is irresponsible, because the opposite of responsibility is irresponsibility. And the responsibility is just basically two words: response ability. Now, that's the ability to respond to issue. So if you fail to respond to that ability, my own question, and the issue I've always raised with this, whenever this issue of security comes up, is that don't we have internal security arrangement within the nation? Don't we have agencies of government that we have devoted resources to ensure security of lives and property? In Kaduna State, you have the director of DSS of Kaduna State, you have the police commissioner, you have the commander for NDDC. In Kaduna State is where you have the critical military infrastructure of Nigeria. And yet, if you cannot have security of lives and property in Kaduna State, where can you have it in Nigeria again? If the core of your military infrastructure is based in Kaduna, and then you are not holding people that you have given responsibility to accountable. For example, what happens to the police commissioner? What happens to the commandant of the army, the GOC of the army in that particular area, whereby non-state actors are they are flying their own flag. They are saying that particular place is conquered territory, which is no longer part of Nigeria. So it's just basic. Old people we have given responsibility to accountable. As long as you have provided them with the resources that is required to fulfill the obligation, the duties and obligation that is required of them, hold them accountable. Now, it's just business as usual. I've never seen any issue where there is security infraction, where people have been fired, whether the police commissioner or whether the director of DSS or whether the director of NDDC and all other agencies of government that are meant to ensure security of life and properties. But during election, when they are announcing the gubernatorial result of the election in the state, you all see them sitting on the high table, and all of them will sit on the high table with their full regalia, with their chest pumped up, just to enjoy the limelight of public interest in the announcement of results. But the core primary function which is given to them to do, they are found wanting, and we should hold them accountable. That's just now. It's just like the producer not coming to produce this program, or you're not coming to present this program. Definitely management will hold whoever does not do that, will hold them accountable. So my own is accountability. Once there is accountability, there will be responsibility. Without accountability, there won't be responsibility.
Okay, I like that. Talking about accountability. So there's another one here that says alleged terrorism financing. FG orders probe of correctional service officers. And I know this is about some warders being there to aid some terrorist attacks. So what do you have on this? What can you say? Because we're talking about accountability and ensuring that even when the lives and properties of Nigerians are not being secured by these same people who are supposed to help us secure it, what are we doing?
Well, when you just said it, you just triggered the Kuje prison break. Just trigger the Kuje prison break. What's the back end of the various investigation that has been set up concerning the Kuje prison break? What's the back end? We have not gotten any report. No, there was not a single person was fired. Not a single person was held accountable. It boils out to the accountability which we are talking about.
Yes.
The way there is no accountability, there can't be responsibility. So that's why I find a lot of irresponsible acts across board, across ministries, departments, and agencies of government, even on the road. And as well. So when people are meant to comply with basic instruction, basic rule, what is expected of them, and all of that. So when you talk about the word being compromised, the word that being compromised must have seen that probably at the top level, the leadership to have been compromised. For example, if resources are allocated for the provision of some certain facility in the correctional facilities, and those are not provided, and then I'm just putting it in context. I'm creating a scenario, and then the followership will see that the leadership themselves are not responsible. They are not fulfilling their roles and responsibilities. They are performing their functions and obligations. So money that is allocated is going somewhere else. So what would they do? They too will resort to self-help. They will resort to self-help if government allocates funds for the correctional facilities to take care of the physical facility and human resources, and that is not happening, and they can see it year in, year out, and they themselves will resort to self-help. I'm not providing justification for it. It's just about systemic overhaul. It's just about people taking responsibility at what level they found themselves. Everything rests on leadership. What type of direction is the leadership providing? That's the step the followership will do. Now, if the leadership is providing the right direction, those that are followers that are meant to ensure compliance, whatever rules and regulation is provided in the correctional facilities, will not resort to self-help, because those that are supervising them and superintending over them are on their toes. But if that does not happen, what do you have? It becomes, let me borrow the classic case of Chinua Achebe, things fall apart.
The center cannot hold. Okay. Well, because of irresponsibility, the security situation has gone down, and that is why we are just 19 places away from being the very last of countries that are safe enough. There's this report that the ranking of Nigeria is 144 out of 163 in safest country ranking for 2023. And I know that the federal government has come to say that it's unfair, the kind of ranking and the investigations or whatever parameters they use to say all these things, but we are there, 144. At a time where we're going all around the world looking for investors to come into Nigeria, this kind of ranking is quite damaging, if you ask me. But leaving security, there is a headline that to me is funny and annoying at the same time. I don't know how you would feel about it. In the Guardian newspaper, we find a small headline there saying, Nigeria loses $10 billion yearly to imported welders. Minister laments. A country that is talking about being self-sufficient, producing more than we are consuming and all that. A country that wants to grow economically is losing money to welders, not any other professional, welders. Tomorrow we will hear about builders and all that in this Nigeria. I don't know how that headline hit you.
Well, you can only grow your economy. I'll tie this story with the story of looking for foreign investments. You see, nobody will help you to grow your economy. Nobody will help you to grow your economy. You can only grow your economy by yourself. And you see, you can only grow your economy by yourself. And if the only way you can balance your economy is for your export to be more than your import. It's for you to grow your GDP, your gross domestic product, in such a way that you have comparative advantage. You explore areas which you have comparative advantage. When they talk that we import welders, it's very clear. It's not just welders. You have these various artisans. If you are looking for tilers, if you are looking for bricklayers, if you are looking for this, they are no longer in Nigeria. You have to get them from neighboring countries. That's the reality. Majority of the constructions we are doing are being done by people in neighboring countries. And why? It is because the way we have structured our educational system. What has happened to those technical schools? Now, emphasis is more on certification other than skills. All those technical schools that we used to have in the past, those schools are gone. What was the basis of the 6334 educational system that was put in place by Professor Babatunde Fafunwa when he was educational minister? It's for you, okay, 6 years in primary school, 3 years in junior secondary school. If you cannot proceed, then you go to technical school, you learn a trade, you learn a skill, so that you can make money and you can provide service, critical services for the economy. Now, but that is not implemented. In reality, that has been jettisoned. That has been jettisoned because there's no due compliance with the 6334 educational system. We have different types of educational system that every state, even both private and public institutions are not even complying with all of that. And where are those technical educations? Those technical education institutions that we used to have in the past, where are they? There used to be one in Yaba, there used to be one in Aginigbi. I'm just talking about Lagos, just limiting it to Lagos. There used to be one in Ekpe. Where are they? They are no longer anywhere. So if you are looking for those critical service sector, one, the majority of Nigerians that are in that sector, they traveled abroad. There was a time that they were recruiting them from England, from US, from Ireland, and the rest of it. And we are not producing to match that. So that's the challenge we have.
Well, I don't know. I was telling Rume a story the other day how in a state, Cross River State, the governor decided that people need to go and learn how bamboos can be used. Wild bamboos. They went to China. All the commissioners, the governor himself and his deputy, and all the chairmen of local government in Cross River State went to China
go to the Chinas
to go and learn what?
Those that would train how to use the bamboo should have been those that should have been sent to China.
Yes.
And you know what is annoying? Governors will say we are going to US to look for foreign investors. I've never seen the governor of New York, Ocho, or the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, or the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, coming to Nigeria or coming to Europe to say we are looking for foreign. They say charity begins at home. What measures have we put in place to encourage local investors? To encourage local investors? You have not put any measure in place to encourage local investors. Rather, you have put regulations in place, strict regulations in place. You have put strict regulations.
Let's wrap it up here at this point. There are so many things that we could have talked about, but the time is not on our side. I would like to thank you. As usual, it was you bringing light to this segment of the program, and we thank you so much for being a part of the show today.
It's a pleasure to preach.
Thank you.
Well, we were talking to Mr. Jide Johnson, Chief Lecturer, Nigerian Institute of Journalism. He spoke with us from Lagos here. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking to our first guest on our hot topics. Stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to.
We're glad to know you're still there. Now we're going to talk about poor funding, raising concerns for 270 new private universities. And our guest this morning is Dr. Peter Ogudoro. Good morning and welcome to the program, Dr. Ogudoro.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to join you.
By the way, Dr. Ogudoro is an education researcher and PhD. He holds a PhD in education. We're so glad to have you join us. Now, there's concern, 270 new universities are coming, and there's always complaint, or there's already complaint, that universities are not being funded well. First of all, let's just look at the educational system in Nigeria up to the tertiary level. How would you rate it, and what do you think is lacking?
Well, a lot gives source for concern in the education industry, from governance to access to curriculum development and execution of learning in our classrooms to the quality of teachers we have. We are far behind time and not doing well at all. And of course, we know that the quality of people will churn out of the education system who become products that are supposed to be available to industry and commerce and governance for improvement of the quality of life of our people. Those people are not meeting the expectations of their prospective employers. And that is not good for us. In spite of high levels of unemployment in our country, we know that in critical sectors, we are importing manpower from Asia, Europe, and North America to be able to cope with the demands of the kind of jobs that employers have today. And that's a shame, because Nigeria really is supposed to become truly a giant in Africa, controlling the firmament in this region and getting people in other countries in Africa to come over here to get good quality education. Unfortunately for us, we are the ones moving to Ghana, going to even Benin Republic to go and train our children, which is scandalous. So I think that our politicians are not doing well. They are not funding the system well. They are not training teachers to be able to produce good quality young people who can compete favorably with their counterparts in other parts of the world. And our curriculum certainly is not the kind of curriculum you want to use to produce the people who can make your economy get kick-started.
Something that is at the hands of the politicians or the academics, or because I wonder if we keep talking about the curriculum not being that which can produce people that are employable. Do we blame the politicians for that, or we blame the schools themselves or the educational system without the politicians?
No, you can't blame the teachers who run the classrooms. You can't blame even university lecturers, because they do not play, effectively speaking, leadership role in the education system. And you go and look at systems of education across the world that are working well. I give you the example of Finland, even Norway, Denmark, most of the countries in the Scandinavian region, where things have really looked up very well. When you talk to the people who run the system, I had the privilege to do research in Finland recently, and I sat with the people who run the system, and I asked them, how did you get to where you are? They told me the politicians are the ones who made it happen, because they made the right laws and they provided them the resources to ensure that they are empowered to run the system well. In our climate, that's not the case. The people who, for example, run the education ministry at the highest level possible. Currently, to the best of my knowledge, your minister of education is a professor of law, and that's certainly not the way it should be. If you want to run a proper system, you should have an educationist who runs that ministry, and then also assist him with competent hands who understand the true meaning of education and how to make it work well. That's not what we have here. So you can't have politicians who know nothing about education as policymakers, and you're expecting the people that tell what to do to be the ones changing the system. That's not how the world works. If you study management, you will know. I think there's this great management thinker, Peter Drucker, who said that pick up any bottle and you discover that where it is narrow is usually at the head. So leadership is key, is critical. So you can't keep politicians in critical sectors and having them man very sensitive positions, and of course having square pegs in round holes, and you expect the ordinary classroom teacher who has no power, who has no autonomy to make anything to happen, to become the one who will change the system. No place works like that. You work somewhere. Anybody who expects that it's you, the presenter, that will make this TV station to blossom is definitely expecting too much from you. If you are not, if you are not motivated, if you don't draw inspiration from the leadership of the organization, definitely, no matter how well your intentions are, you are not going to get the best result for the TV station you work for.
Yeah, but what is the level of interaction between the academic community and the policymakers to make sure that this curriculum is changed? Because you should know better as an educationist. Maybe the minister, like you have said, may not be an educationist and he doesn't know what is good for us. At one point, I know they even removed history from our books. Even the history we learn anyway is not history of Nigeria. Is mostly who came and discovered River Niger and Benue, that we have always been living there before he came. But that's not the question. What is the level of interaction with the policymakers by the academic community to make sure things are done correctly? The curriculum especially is changed for a modern one.
We are always available, and we are all the time insisting that they should talk to us before they make new policies. But most of the time, that's not what you find. Politicians sit down. Sometimes they consult us, but they never take our suggestions seriously. They still do what they like to do. And you should understand why they like to do what they like to do. The reason is, if they take our suggestions, things we will put accountability systems in place that will make it difficult for them to continue to siphon the kind of money they're getting from public treasury. And so they ignore us because they take money from public treasury that should have been pumped into designing appropriate curriculum, training teachers, and making sure that learning and teaching, everything works well. So the point I'm making is that there are people who benefit from this ugly system that we have in place, and they know that if they allow the technocrats to run the system, the loopholes that they exploit to make money will be plugged, will no longer be there. And that's why they keep ignoring us. So we are always reaching out to them. This is open secret, really. ASUU, over the years, have always spoken in public. They have always attended meetings, go to the conference tables to have dialogue with the people who run the system. But most of the time, even when the politicians put their pen on paper, they renege, they never implement those agreements. And so I do not know why we have the tendency to want to blame academics and the regular teachers who run our classrooms for the things that are not working well in our country. I think we are being unfair to them. We have to put pressure on the politicians who have the power to make the system to do the right things at the right time.
How about the politicians? How about the politicians handing off? Some people say educational system should be removed from government entirely and put into private hands. Do you think that too?
No, certainly. Anybody who suggests that doesn't understand the indispensable role of education for social progress. Those of us who do it as a professional job cannot make such recommendation. If you put the entire education system in the hands of the private sector people, what you have said in effect is that education is no longer a social good, that is a private product, and that it should go to the highest bidder. And that's more or less the direction in which we're moving as a country. And so what you find is that poor people are not now able to access good quality education, and so that makes social migration very difficult and makes Nigeria one of the worst, cases in terms of inequality, because education is a leveler. When everybody has good quality education, then we all have access to what it takes to get ourselves out of poverty. But in Nigeria today, what you find is that because we have promoted private sector education for a very long time, what you find is that the big men, the rich people, are the ones who are giving their children good quality education in private sector in Nigeria, and those who have what it takes to take their children abroad. They take their children abroad and run a bad system for us, and the rest of the poor people in Nigeria, they waste away. And so they continue to run the system and never give our own children the opportunity to climb to power. Because when the people who have won the shoe and who know where it pinches are empowered through education to get to the corridors of power, when they get there, they will change the way things are done, and everybody begins to benefit. But that's not the system you have. So never subscribe to the idea that education should be left entirely in the hands of private sector people, because education doesn't bring its benefits overnight. And we know private sector people are basically businessmen. When they sow, they want to reap overnight, and they are profit driven. And if you run an education system that is profit driven, definitely you are making society to go down the drain.
Okay, so speaking about public and private schools, I remember when I was much younger, my parents insisted that I had to go to a unity school. I had to go to a federal school, and many years ago, that's how it was. It was always federal schools and a few private schools. But now the reverse is the case. There are lots of private schools, and most people choose that because, there's ASUU strike. They feel like the quality of education is not as good as those of the federal schools. Now, my question is, are we researching, maybe exploring more ways for awareness to ensure that, this gets to the relevant authorities to make sure that at least whatever we're doing, we're ensuring that this school, or these people rather, are putting more funding into the schools, these public schools that we have, to ensure that, okay, there's quality education for the citizens of Nigeria?
Well, from where I sit, I tell you quite honestly that much as we know that our education system, especially at the public sector level, is not well funded, is again a wrong idea to believe that money alone will solve all the problems in the sector. I think more critically, we need the right, thinkers. We haven't got good thinkers at the policy, making level in our education system, and that's where I think most of the problems lie. So, yes, some of us have been in the sector for decades, and we have always tried to use, media like yours to put education on the agenda all the time. But I tell you, until politicians repent and show interest in listening to us and working with the ideas we sell to them, not much is going to change. So the private sector education that we have promoted over the years, as I mentioned earlier, in some sense is actually not a very good idea. In some sense, it's a liability. It has become a cost rather than a blessing. In proper societies where things have looked up very well, I tell you, especially in the Scandinavian region, the education is something that the government has taken up as its full responsibility. So if you go to Finland, go to Denmark, go to Norway, go to Iceland, 99% of children in those societies go to public schools. And so private schools are not popular in those kinds of places because public schools provide better education. And the way they have made it happen is to ensure that you attend school that is closest to where you live. And so if you are a cleaner in an office and you live very close to where a minister lives, then your children will attend the same school that the minister attends. And so the minister will be under pressure to ensure that the school that his children attend get all the facilities, get all the technology, get good quality teachers. And that's how things work well in those kinds of places. But here, that's not what we find. A minister flies his children 2 hours to get to Abuja or Port Harcourt or to Lagos to keep his children in the best of schools. And then when they get to when they get to university, he flies them for 12 hours non-stop into New York, into Washington to get the best quality higher education. And so he doesn't wear the shoes and doesn't know where the shoes pinch. So I think that until we begin to insist that if you have to occupy a significant public office in our country as minister, as commissioner, as permanent secretary, then we must scrutinize you and be sure that your own children are in the public school system and not public school systems that are treated as special schools, really. That's the only way to go. But the unity schools you mentioned, they used to fare relatively well in the past, but they are no longer faring well because the ministers no longer send their children to those places, and then they have become school for the poor, and because the ministers are not sending their children abroad. Maybe you didn't know there are children of the elites here who, even at primary school level, are living in boarding houses in England, in Canada, and in America. Because their parents get a lot of money from public treasury that they don't account for, and they use such money to keep their children abroad. And so long as you continue to have that type of system, and we are not putting pressure on politicians to ensure that their own children study in public schools and probably have a legislation that compares every public servant to have his or her children who are of school age to stay in the public school system. Until such a system is in place, I tell you, all this talk we do on radio and television will continue to just be to end at mere talks.
Okay, so I like the fact that you had talked about other countries. We're talking about, let's say, for instance, the UK, the US, they have universities where everyone can go to. Now, my question is, can't we look at this as a revenue for us, an avenue to bring revenue to our country? Because now a lot of people are leaving Nigeria to go to school abroad. They've been able to do that for their country to say, okay, we're exporting education, and people come from different countries to come here to study. That is a major way for them to generate revenue for their country. We keep thinking about oil and sometimes agriculture. Why are we not looking at education as a good export for Nigeria?
Ignorance. You have put the wrong people in very critical sectors in our economy. We can make it happen if you have followed this conversation well. At the beginning, I did say that Nigeria is supposed to be the hub for good quality education in Africa. That we are supposed. A good number of my classmates came from Cameroon. We no longer have that. Nigerians now go to Cameroon, go to Benin Republic to study. which is a very big shame. And we can make it happen if we choose to. Some of us have had the privilege to study in the kind of places you have mentioned. I'm a product of Cambridge. I'm a product of University of Riyadh, a product of several other good quality schools across the world. And the ones didn't beat us in classrooms. We study in the same places. We can provide those policies and execute them and ensure that we're able to even get British people to come and study in Nigeria. But people like us don't get the space, really. And we are not actually asking to be paid, because some of us have been blessed. We have, through the kind of things we do, we're able to take good care of ourselves. But we're offering to help Nigeria with the ideas we have brought in from around the world, especially those of us who do comparative, education research. We know what works, and we know how to make it work. But Nigeria is not giving its own citizens a chance to make this place work. Because if it works, the politicians will lose in cause, because those loopholes through which they make money will plug them. Because this is not rocket science. We can make it happen. The people who are making it, work in Britain. I studied in Britain. I'm a product of University of Reading, a product of Cambridge, those kinds of places. So I know why it works there. It can work here. We can actually do better. As a matter of fact, some of the countries you have mentioned are actually not the models. Those of us in the industry, use again. America is not the best example when it comes to primary and secondary school education. The Scandinavian regions do better. America does well when it comes to higher education. Britain does well when it comes to higher education. But they are not the models that you want to copy when it comes to kindergarten, primary and secondary school education. The Scandinavian regions do better. And they all know this. If you go to Scandinavian regions to do research, you see Americans, Canadians, and British people come into those places to understudy them and get to understand what they're doing. But unfortunately for us, we are going to these other countries that are going to the Caribbean region to learn, to go and bring in models we are using here. For example, the student loan thing, where we brought it from America, and we don't understand what America did. In fact, that system is struggling in America. So many people are not able to pay back. In Britain, they do it better. I studied there, I know how it works. When you go to school in Britain, you borrow money from government until you are earning over £20,000. Nobody asks you to pay back anything. And it is available to everyone, whether your father is rich or poor. So long as you're interested in it, they'll give it to you. But here we introduce something we don't understand, and we're insisting that it must work, without understanding the implications of what we're doing. So the people running this system here are very ignorant, unfortunately. It's not entirely their fault. I don't blame them. It's not the kind of system we have put in place that makes it possible for the wrong people to get into sensitive sectors and create problems for all of us. And that's why we have insecurity, because so long as you don't get the education system right, you will continue to have problem security. Your economy will continue to wobble. You need good quality people to run good systems. Economies don't just wake up overnight and begin to flourish. You must first produce the manpower. You need capacity. Okay. In the absence of capacity, you can't make the right decisions.
Dr. Ogudoro, you talked about manpower and all that. The crux of the matter this morning is that there's a request for over 270 new universities waiting for approval. That will be more than 100% of the existing number of universities. It's just above 250 now that are existing, out of which only 110 belong to the government, whether federal or state government. And now we're getting a request for 270. The people in the federal and state government, the universities run by federal and state government, are complaining there is not much funding. Yet we know that the infrastructure, educational infrastructure in Nigeria may not support the education we want to have, the kind of educational system we want to have. Is this 270 the answer to our educational problems? Because they are private anyway. Is that the answer to our educational problems? Or you think the federal government should have more of the universities, federal and state governments that is, before we can begin to talk about our educational system growing to a certain level? 270 is quite a number. It will raise it to up to 500 and something in Nigeria. Will this be the answer to the problems we've always had in our educational sector?
The answer is no. It cannot be, and we have evidence that supports that. As a doctoral researcher, my PhD focused on access to good quality higher education in Nigeria, and it's the best material anybody can find anywhere in the world. It was done by a Nigerian, and that's the person talking to you, and it produced an answer that talks directly to the question you have just asked me. We don't need more universities to get the university system to produce good quality products. We have enough capacity. Unfortunately, the politicians who run National Universities Commission, who run, the Ministry of Education across the country are not aware. They don't read, they don't study, they don't even know that people like us exist. They don't even know that research has been done on this, and they are wasting time. You can't use the creation of more universities to produce good quality, education. It's not going to happen because we already have enough capacity. What we do not have is a career management system that helps our children to know where to go, okay, and then help them to understand even how to make appropriate choices. Go and sit down with your nieces and nephews who are in the university. Many of them are studying courses they shouldn't be studying. There are thousands of courses in the universities that are begging for people to come and study them, and they are more lucrative than the ones that appear more popular. But the children do not have the idea that these courses exist. For example, Nigeria today is in dire need of mathematicians, of physicists. In England, as we speak, they are begging physicists from across the world to come and teach physics in their country. And if you are a physicist and you enter England today, for a start, they give you for free £10,000. It's not part of your salary. It's just to say thank you for coming to teach physics. The average Nigerian child is not aware that physics is gold. He is not aware that mathematics is gold. So young people shun all these courses that look like, because of the way we have treated them in Nigeria, we don't know they are so lucrative. And until we invest in STEM adequately, get good teachers in maths, in essential languages, not just English language, even French, Mandarin, and Spanish, because these are also tools in the hands of people who want to manage their careers well now, to be able to access resources from around the world. Nobody is creating awareness, so we keep deceiving ourselves into thinking that we need more universities. We don't need more universities. We already have enough. And the lecturers know this. It's the truth of the matter. Unfortunately, the politicians have blocked their ears. They don't want to listen to anyone. So, and more critically, the private universities you are creating are universities, virtually all of them are struggling. Only a few, because they haven't paid, for us to advertise them here. We won't mention their name. There are no more than 3 that are flourishing of all the private universities in Nigeria. And they are the ones run by churches because they use religious platforms to recruit, students in those places. But I tell you, as a researcher in the industry, the average private university has difficulty recruiting students because parents can't afford the fees in these places. So why are you creating more? Right. The people running the system are behaving as if they never went to school. Okay. And some of them are professors. That's what I find very, very, very disturbing. How does the professor sit in National Universities Commission and he's giving more licenses, for people to go and create more universities, when he knows that most of the private universities that are already in existence are not able to recruit adequate number of students for them to flourish, and you are giving more licenses to new ones. Okay. So most of the people who want licenses think that university is a gold mine. They think it's like any other business where you just get in there, you start asking students to pay money. No, you continue to spend money forever to develop the system. And
where we can always say our educational system, if it has not improved, at least it has gone back to the time where we were attracting people from other countries to come and study here. I know the University of Ibadan was having a lot of students coming from anywhere, and you're calling University of Calabar and all that. Thank you so much for being a part of the show.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
We're talking with Dr. Peter Ogudoro, education researcher and a PhD in education holder. We're going to take a short break and return with the next hot topic. Stay with us.
has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Thank you for staying with us. We're on to our next hot topic. So we'll be talking about the court upholding the judgment stopping NBC from imposing fines on stations. I have with me Frank Eleanya. He's the technology and media news editor at Business Day. Good morning, Frank. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure to be here.
Yes, thank you. So we have the court stopping the NBC from imposing fines on stations. So a lot of times some stations say something, do something, and we have fines as ridiculous as 500,000 naira being imposed on them.
5 million even.
5 million even, yes. So yes, is this a good thing that the court is actually upholding the judgment of stopping the NBC?
Yeah, for the first time, one can say kudos to the court for stepping up to do the right thing. You know, before now it has been like the NBC were practically dictating whatever they wanted to dictate. So you do something that they considered to be wrong, and they just slam you with any amount of tax, that any amount of fine that they deem is appropriate. Oftentimes, you're not even allowed to defend yourself, and of course, even if you're given a chance to defend yourself, it is a fait accompli that the crime that they think that you committed is what you committed. So I think it's a good thing that for once the courts are maybe putting a clog in the wheel of the NBC. But let's see how that holds up. I'm thinking they might want to appeal the judgment and maybe take it to another level, probably they might win, or probably the other stays the way it is. But it's a good one, and it's also good for democracy.
Well, if such kind of power is taken away from the NBC, what now will they be doing? How can they hold the airing stations, I say that advisedly, to account?
I do not think that it is necessarily the function of the NBC to impose fines. If you look at the act of the National Assembly that empowers the Commission to carry out the duties that they carry out, some of which include licensing, monitoring, regulating, and conducting research in broadcasting in Nigeria. The NBC also has the duty to ensure the development in a dynamic manner through the accreditation of the mass communication curricula. You will agree with me that we've not seen so much of these other functions by the NBC. Instead, what we have seen more is about policing who has said what they have said, and trying to maybe generate income for the government. If we had an active or proactive NBC, we probably will have a more robust broadcasting system in Nigeria. We probably will have one of the best, say, in Africa, media landscape in Nigeria. But because the NBC seem to be distracted with imposing fines and trying to see who has said what, and oftentimes some of these fines are imposed on people that said something maybe that's considered against the government, against the government policy, you know. So it's a see is an onslaught on freedom of speech, which is also what many people have said. And to a large extent, that has proven to be true. We have seen fines imposed on stations that took a different opinion during an election, during the elections, you know, to say that something that maybe the administration did was not correct and needed to be changed. We have seen some political opposition who appeared on stations being targeted, and of course through the stations that he appeared on, you know. So a lot of different scenarios that we have seen with NBC that has sort of undermined the importance for which they were set up. We need more research from the NBC. We need them to be more active in developing the broadcasting system in Nigeria and taking us to the level of 21st century that we see in other countries. We're not even scratching that yet, but we seem to be more focused about who has said what and who has not said what and all that. And then, what are even the parameters for identifying what is hate speech, what is some of the things that they characterize as finable, you know. So all of that are things that needs to be addressed critically, and it is now important for the NBC to actually sit down with stakeholders also being the NBC operators themselves, and also, you know, media practitioners, to actually ask what is the best standard for the 21st that is being pressured on every side because of dwindling advertisement. You know, so when you take out 500,000 here, take out 5 million naira there, you know, how do you expect them to pay their journalists? How do you expect them to run their operations? So all of that are things that needs to be addressed, and I think there are better ways to police the media landscape rather than slamming punishment here and there, sometimes arbitrarily, you know. So I think fines are not the only thing that they can do. They can do a lot better, and their actions also have a lot of how should I put it now? A lot of impact, yes. A lot of impact on the investing community, because investors will not come into a landscape where they seem there seems to be a muzzling of free speech. So people can say things because they are afraid of what is going to happen to them or maybe to their stations. So there are certain information you can't pass across. There are certain things that can be done. So I think it's definitely a good development to see that there's somebody there to checkmate what the NBC is doing, so that we don't have an arbitrary commission on our hands.
Okay. Okay, so what are the ways we can ensure that these stations are not flouting the broadcasting code? Because with anything, people can easily abuse the freedom that they have. So for instance, I know that NBC is not going to fine me so much because the court has already ruled against it. But how do we still ensure that everything that we do or things that we say, the freedom of speech, is still in accordance to the broadcasting code?
Okay, so first of all, let me start with the fact that even the NBC Act might need some review, because it's last time it was amended was in 1999. This is 2023, so a lot of things have happened that needs to be either removed or included. So to strengthen the functions of the NBC. And I think that the NBC needs to be a lot more collaborative. I can't beat my chest to say that in recent times that they have been very collaborative. I think that they haven't been. I think that they have been much more authoritarian than trying to collaborate with stakeholders. And oftentimes what happens is when you're trying to muzzle people, they want to push back. There's always a pushback. People tend to say that thing that you don't want me to do is definitely what I'm going to do, even if I'm going to do it in a different way. So people seem to find more innovative ways to commit a lot of crimes. And then there also needs to be stakeholders here. Also include individuals who also watch these broadcasting networks, so everybody come together. We talk about what has happened, what is about to happen, just get abreast of the trend, let people know what is happening, what they can do and what they cannot do, and also listen to them, listen to the ideas that they have. Language has changed, the dictionary has new words in it. So what might seem offensive in 1999 may not be offensive today because of the definitions that has been given to it. So a lot of things have come up that needs to be drummed up. So more awareness needs to be created, and that's definitely where the NBC needs to prioritize. And it's not just a Lagos thing. You have to go beyond Lagos. You have to go to all the 36 states. Find a way to ensure that people are constantly educated about what is free speech, what is allowed on air, what they cannot do, what they can do. So that nobody is unaware of these things. So when you come up with these fines, it becomes more justifiable.
Yeah. Okay, Frank, we have to drop it at this point because our time has run out. But we'd like to thank you for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Frank was talking about the new words coming up. I remember there's a Yoruba word that is now an English word. If you hear Fanny Moros, you will know it's a coinage from a Yoruba word. Happy weekend.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for us this week. We'd like to see you on Monday again. Until then, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Have a lovely weekend.
My name is Remy Paulson. See you next week.
wait for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
One of the greatest tragedy for me, or pain for me, is the issue and our attitude to substance abuse in Nigeria. Why do I say that? Since I got involved, we've been shouting at what I'm seeing that will envelope. When initially, some years ago, they said Nigeria was a user nation, a transit nation, or people carry through Nigeria. I remember telling one of the top echelons of NDLA, was actually the chairman, and we're joking that then we were even a user nation. Because they didn't believe until 2013, when NDLA finally agreed that we're a user nation. Then I cautioned again, a year or thereafter, that we're not just a user, we're manufacturing. Everybody said, no, it can't be. Where am I going to? In 2017, a survey was done by the UNODC. The report came out in 2018. The global average prevalence use of substance abuse globally was 5.6%. In Nigeria at that time was 14.4%, translating to over 14 million Nigerians between ages 15 and 64 that had used drugs the previous year. And let me say this, that survey probably did not take into cognizance people who do it in the office. People who do it socially, these were people they thought that were doing drugs on a regular basis. This year, the country representative of UNODC said that figure is close to 20 million.
Good morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. The Court of Appeal in Abuja affirmed the victory of Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule, who had been declared the winner of the election by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The court expunged evidence and exhibits from the tribunal, and Justice Uchechukwu Onuemenam ruled that the statements of the witnesses were not front-loaded as per the Electoral Act 2022.
In any case, His Excellency the Governor Engineer Abdullahi Sule is a man of the people,
And he appreciates the manner in which the opposition fought. And he has always been given a level playing ground for everyone. So going through the rule of law, I think is one of the things that His Excellency abhor and he appreciates so well. But this victory is one that comes with lots of excitement, and it comes with lots of relief, so that His Excellency will continue to deliver the dividends of democracy to the people of Nasarawa State.
The justices have done justice to this case. And you can see that going by the judgments and the pronouncements, it was a thoroughly delivered judgment. I should take it that this is one of those things that happen. We must all come together and throw away all differences that these elections have cost us, that can come together as a people to unite as one and develop our states. Our state needs all of us.
Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State, meanwhile, has visited the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, on Thursday to convey his gratitude for the recent favorable verdict from the Court of Appeal in Abuja. Sule, flanked by his predecessors, Senator Abdullahi Adamu and Umaru Tanko Al-Makura, conveyed his gratitude for the appellate court's decision that overturned the election tribunal's earlier ruling, which had initially ousted him and declared PDP's David Ombagodu as the winner. Others who accompanied Governor Sule include the representative of Nasarawa State at the Federal Executive Council and Police Affairs Minister State, Mrs. Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, Rep. Abubakar Hassan Nararaba, and the Speaker of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, Ibrahim Abdullahi Balarabe.
I want to use the opportunity to also congratulate our opponents for their doggedness. They have done their best, but their best has come to the point where it is at this moment. So I want to call on them that if they truly love Nasarawa State, this is the time for them to come and partner with us, because they can see clearly that we mean well for Nasarawa State. They can see clearly that we have a plan for Nasarawa State. They can see clearly that our plan and our wisdom has nothing to do with ethnicity and has nothing to do with religion. We love the good people of Nasarawa State irrespective of their ethnicity and their religion. And my predecessors have all indicated that, and they have shown that. But I want to call especially on members of our own party to be sincere with yourself first. Because if you are not sincere with yourself, you cannot be sincere with others. So you must be able to be sincere first with yourself and say that I believe in this and this is where I'm going. I believe very strongly that what has happened to us at the tribunal is a wake-up call for us. If it had not happened, maybe we will not all be awake at this moment.
The Court of Appeal in Abuja has affirmed the election of Gombe State Governor Inuwa Yahaya after the Independent National Electoral Commission declared him the winner with 342,821 votes. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, accused Yahaya of not being re-elected by a majority of lawful votes and alleged ballot stuffing to favor him. The PDP candidate and his party appealed the decision, but the court dismissed the appeal. The Kano State government has rejected the appeal court's explanation that the error in the certified true copy CTC of its judgment on the state's governorship election was a typographical mistake. The court initially declared APC's Nasiru Gawuna as the winner, but the CTC of the judgment surfaced on Wednesday, indicating that the court had affirmed Yusuf's victory contrary to the verdict. Haruno Dederi, the Kano State Commissioner for Justice, criticized the court's explanation. In the meantime, the Labour Party governorship candidate for Imo, Ethan Achonu, and scores of his supporters on Thursday stormed the national headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Abuja to demand the true certified copy of the just concluded poll in the state. Achonu, who was accompanied by the National Youth Leader Kennedy Ahanotu, also accused the electoral umpire of playing a double standard in the November 11 off-cycle election. The protest came 2 weeks after INEC declared Governor Hope Uzodimma of the All Progressives Congress winner of the election. The APC candidate polled 540,308 votes to beat Samuel Anyang of the People's Democratic Party, who scored 71,503 votes, and Achonu, who could only secure 64,081 votes.
Our state collation agent duly asked INEC not to announce any result. That collation started very early that day, even while voting was going on. Uploading to the portal, to the IRF, started while even voting was taking place, was still ongoing. So how did that happen? That they should go to their back-end server and confirm the results they were about to announce, that they are not correct. So INEC refused to do that. That returning officer insisted, because you could see that he had an agenda. So we duly wrote to INEC asking them to review that election that they're not supposed to announce. They hurriedly announced that election, even before the 7 days that we allowed for review had passed. So INEC now, we wrote on Monday, we asked them, give us access to the same results that you claim that we lost, that you declared. Up till today, as we speak here, we have not received permission to collect the CTCs of that election.
President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Ambassador Desmond Akawo as a Federal Commissioner of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, pending the confirmation of the Nigerian Senate. A statement by Ajuri Ngelale, Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity on Thursday, noted that the new RMAFC Federal Commissioner, who represents Rivers State, is being appointed following the tragic demise of the immediate past commissioner from the state, Honorable Asondu Wena Temple, earlier this month. Akawo has served the nation as Nigeria's ambassador to South Korea, Minister of State for the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, and other engagements. Residents of Warri and environs in Delta State say the hardship and losses they have experienced over the years due to deplorable roads and poor drains will soon be over with the ongoing construction of critical roads and drainages across the oil city. Ruben Izeze, the Commissioner for Works, Urban and Highways, who visited some of the ongoing projects, stated that the Governor Sheriff Oborevwori administration is committed to delivering long-term legacy projects for the people of the state. The Delta State government has emphasized that it will not compromise on the standards of works by any contractor. The Kogi State government has ordered the freezing of all state and local government accounts with immediate effect. A statement signed by the Commissioner for Finance, Asiwaju Asiru Idris, said no interest or any form of payment should be made to anyone from government accounts henceforth. According to the statement, all standing orders and investment instructions are hereby cancelled forthwith. As part of measures to find durable solutions to humanitarian response in Nigeria, the federal government, United Nations agencies, development partners, and ambassadors have restated their commitment towards a coordinated approach and pledged to raise $5 billion annually for the nation's Humanitarian and Poverty Alleviation Trust Fund. This was the outcome of the first humanitarian coordination meeting by Minister for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Betta Edu, with other stakeholders in Abuja, on their commitment to crisis in Nigeria. The meeting brought all the humanitarian responders in Nigeria under one roof, where they all committed to a durable, smart, and coordinated approach to humanitarian responses.
Of course, going forward, having government as the lead, coordinating all the humanitarian response in Nigeria. We would also be hashing on fully getting commitments from the federal government, from private sector, all the UN agencies, partners, on their contribution to the Humanitarian and Poverty Alleviation Trust Fund. We've agreed on a quarterly meeting. We've agreed on a joint assessment of the humanitarian crisis across the country early next year. And then we're looking forward to the African Humanitarian Summit next year, where we'll be bringing together all the key players in the humanitarian sector around the world. And this will be a follow-up to the World Humanitarian Summit, which held in Istanbul in 2016.
On his part, United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Shmale, who spoke on behalf of UN agencies, expressed absolute support to the government of Nigeria in its efforts to tackle humanitarian challenges facing the country. Similarly, the ambassador of Malaysia, Norway, and United Arab Emirates, among other ambassadors, committed to supporting Nigeria in a more strategic way to address humanitarian crisis in Nigeria.
We have been waiting for stronger leadership in the government on humanitarian affairs and poverty alleviation. And I think the minister set out very clearly what the expectations of government are. And on behalf of the UN, I can say we stand ready to play. We need to deliver together for the benefit of vulnerable people in this country. So as the minister said in the meeting, we can do this together, which means better coordination, better accountability, and at the end of the day, results for people in need of humanitarian assistance and needing to reduce poverty.
A lot, we would begin to see results, properly recorded results, properly coordinated response across the country, and then new areas that we did not have interventions and boots on ground in time past. We'll begin to see that happen as we go forward. We also mentioned today the Northwest Humanitarian Operation Response Plan. This is the first of its kind for the Northwest. We've had a lot on the Northeast. Now we're including the Northwest, and then of course Benue as a state and other flashpoints in Nigeria.
We move now to other parts of Africa. British King Charles III and Queen Camilla stayed in an eco-friendly villa in Kenya's coastal county of Kilifi. The 5-bedroom, fully ensuite villa, built in 2016 by Dutch designer Erwin Overkamp, was equipped with solar power, providing the royals with a solar-powered infinity pool. The villa, located in the exclusively Vipingo Ridge, offers 750 square meters of lush green land and is only a half-hour drive from Mombasa. Surrounded by towering trees and a balcony, the villa was chosen for the security, privacy, and nature.
I think they chose the location because of security, privacy, the nature. I think it's on a certain level that we can actually host the royals here, and we've got all facilities at this house. We've got fantastic master bedroom upstairs, which is fully bulletproof. I was privileged enough to meet the King and the Queen, their Majesties, and he pointed out that he loved the architecture. He loved the old and the new combined. The Queen mentioned it as well, that she had a fantastic stay. Yeah, I think they were very, very happy, and they had like less than 24 hours, but they enjoyed themselves very, very much.
Outside Africa now, Israel and Hamas have announced a deal for a 4-day truce, allowing the exchange of at least 50 Israeli hostages for 150 Palestinian prisoners. The deal, facilitated by Qatar, Egypt, and the USA, could be enforced starting today. It also aims to provide food, medicines, and fuel to the 2.4 million civilians trapped in Gaza. A second phase could see 150 more Palestinian prisoners freed in exchange for another 50 hostages during an extended truce. The deal is aimed at alleviating the sufferings of Palestinians in the West Bank. In business news, President Bola Tinubu has approved the sale of more oil and gas fields abandoned by the international oil companies IOCs. The president has given the green light for conduct of fresh marginal field bids for the gas fields, which have been lying fallow for over a decade. This was disclosed by the Minister of State for Petroleum, Oil, Senator Heineken Lokbobiri, during a facility tour of Walter Smith Petroman Oil Limited's modular refinery in Ibigwe, or Haji Egbema local government area of Imo State on Wednesday. The minister said the bid exercise would commence soon. The new bid round is coming barely 3 years after about 57 marginal oil fields were put up for sale in 2020, and the process effectively concluded last year, amid many of the awardees still struggling to move to site for development of their assets due largely to funding and regulatory challenges. In entertainment news, Shakira is reportedly filming a bombshell documentary that will focus on her dramatic life changes after her ugly split from former footballer Gerard Piqué. The Colombian singer made headlines in the months after the split by releasing these songs, including BZRP Music Session 53, in which she claimed Piqué had traded a Rolex for a Casio when he left her for his 24-year-old lover, Clara Chia. Journalist Lorena Vasquez said it's clear Shakira is recording graphic material for an audiovisual project, a documentary on a documentary-style reality. She also blasted the Spanish authorities for pursuing her, saying her case was similar to others which have seen authorities go after athletes and other high-profile individuals. Such cases, she said, drain those people's energy, time, and tranquility for years at a time. And finally, sports news. Nottingham Forest striker Taiwo Awoniyi has been ruled out of the forthcoming Africa Cup of Nations tournament in Ivory Coast after aggravating his groin injury in the Super Eagles 1-1 draw with Lesotho in Uyo last Thursday. The Nigerian striker has undergone surgery and will be out for months, according to Forest coach Steve Cooper. Awoniyi, who has scored 4 goals in 11 Premier League appearances for Forest this season, will now spend an extended spell on the sidelines. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for being there.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on this as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible, even services you might not think of like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you. And if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media.
Now, the financial technology fintech industry is evolving rapidly and is having a major impact on the banking sector. Fintech companies are using innovative technologies to offer new and improved financial products and services, which is challenging traditional banks to adapt or risk being left behind. The industry's role in shaping the future of finance in Nigeria formed the core of the conversations at the second-day sessions of the 2023 Nigeria FinTech Week. Stakeholders at the event stressed the need for collaboration to bridge the financial inclusion gap across the country. On the show today, we'll keep our eye on FinTech and the future of finance in Nigeria. Welcome to Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. Former Minister of Trade and Investments, Dr. Olusegun Aganga, has appealed to President Bola Tinubu to declare the industrial sector a national priority and back it with plans, policies, and finances. Aganga, who delivered a lecture at the third Adeola Odutola Lecture and Presidential Luncheon, said industry multiplies national wealth, creates jobs, and is critical for exchange rate and balance of payment management. Well, let's take that report and I'll be back to introduce my guest. captains of industries, organized private sector, the United Nations Industrial Organization, UNIDO, and the federal government, among others, have converged on this whole. The key theme here is setting the agenda for competitive manufacturing under the AFCFTA, what Nigeria needs to know. Otumba Francis Meshoye is the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MEN. He hits the ground running by lamenting the slow rate of industrialization in Nigeria and the challenges affecting the performance of manufacturers. Other speakers believe that the AFCFTA can be achieved if stakeholders address the challenges affecting the nations.
We need to develop the right strategies and concerted efforts to position our economy as the number one manufacturing hub of the African economy. Evidences from several parts of the world, including China, United States, Japan, Germany, South Korea, have shown the importance of manufacturing sector in building a resilient economy.
The AFCFTA is not just an agreement. It is a platform for collaboration, even beyond the walls of Nigeria. How do we reach for regional integration that will give us competitive manufacturing? Nigeria must actively engage in regional and continental cooperation with the following steps. The steps that will bolster regional integration: we must strengthen our commitment to regional integration by harmonizing trade and manufacturing policies with other AFCFTA state parties.
This is why we have continued to prioritize the critical infrastructure and the implementation of policies and strategies aimed at improving the ease of doing business and strengthening the productive capacity of MSMEs across all sectors.
The former Minister of Trade and Investment, Dr. Olusegun Ogange, takes to the stage. He is of the opinion that embracing competitive manufacturing under the AFCFTA is crucial for Nigeria's economic growth and integration into the global market. He says Nigeria may not be able to compete with China now, but it can be a hub in Africa by investing in infrastructure, innovation, and skilled labor while addressing trade barriers.
It is important to make it absolutely clear from the outset that in modern global economy, industrial development is not luck. Industrial development does not happen by accident. It is a nation's choice. Countries must therefore have an intentional, precise, and intense approach to nurturing and expanding industrial activities.
In all, the experts say to become a prosperous nation with a strong naira and reclaim its position as a jewel of Africa, Nigeria must industrialize. All right, welcome back from that report now to the discussion proper. The impact of fintech on the banking sector is still unfolding, but it is clear that this industry is undergoing a major transformation. They are disrupting the status quo and are forcing traditional banks to adapt or risk being left behind. In the future, we can see or expect to see even more innovation in the fintech space. New technologies such as blockchain and artificial intelligence will continue to be adopted by fintech companies, and these technologies will have a profound impact on the banking industry. My guest, Olatunji Igbalajobi, is the Chief Information Security Officer at CIRBIT and is also a cybersecurity professional. Many thanks for joining me, Tunji, on Business Insights.
I'm Player here. Good morning.
All right, let's just get a bit of an overview of the fintech industry and its role in shaping the future of finance in Nigeria. What do you really think?
Yeah, no doubt the fintech industry has played a very significant role in shaping the future of finance in Nigeria. And it's not just only peculiar to Nigeria. We have seen the rapid transformation in our financial sector, due to the influence of technology and innovation from many startups. So these are actually, bringing, a lot of reaching out to the unbanked, the unserved people the people in the remote area, to also be able to, participate in the financial inclusion. So there has been a very rapid increase in the financial inclusion as a result of innovation that comes from fintech organization. And if you look at it, you will agree with me that, financial inclusion is one of the very ways that fintech has actually shaped finance in Nigeria. The underbanked, the underserved, people are now leveraging mobile payment platform, peer-to-peer lending, digital payment solution, to be able to carry out financial services. So this has actually proven that this is one industry that, we need to really pay close attention at, and, increase in digital payment too. There has been a lot of increase in digital payment from different innovation, from different startups. We have also seen an exponential, growth in e-commerce. Easily people can, carry out their business online, the online marketplace, and payment gateway. I've also made it easier for business, to sell their products and services across board. So all of these have proven that, fintech is actually one, innovation for finance that we can actually not, overlook. Access to credit as well. People now have alternative, technology platform to actually access soft loan, to carry out, one or two financial, needs. So investment in wealth management has also proven, because of the online trading platform as well that fintech innovation has also brought in. So all of this has proven that fintech is one particular industry that has really shaping the future of finance in Nigeria. And then we just have to take a very good look at the industry and see how much of opportunity does it still present for us in the future.
All right. It's good you've talked about the opportunities that abound from fintech in the future. Let's look at the nation's financial inclusion drive. The federal government has been pushing that for quite a while now. So what sort of collaboration do you think needs to be bridged to ensure that we get all Nigerians in this financial inclusion drive?
There is a need for regulatory functions. The regulators, one of the very important challenge that we've seen is that the regulator has not really entrenched a more holistic regulatory framework for the fintech industry. So there must be a very thorough regulatory function. The regulator must regulate well, and there must be also a very great collaboration among fintechs, especially in the area of technology, innovation sharing, technology sharing, and then again, diverse stakeholders. We need to have a diverse stakeholder, program whereby we are able to identify, the players, investors, regulatories, agencies that might be relevant to how, a fintech can actually also improve financial services in Nigeria. And again, there needs to be a more awareness, about how financial technology can actually help people who are underbanked, who are underserved, and see that enough awareness is actually there. And again, there must be also thorough risk management, because one of the very challenges that we've seen is that as much as fintech has enabled a seamless payment process, of course, there have also been some very, very much increase in some of the security-related issue that has to do with fraud. So there must be a thorough, fraud prevention management program. And then the fintech organization, companies also have to ensure that they tighten all their loose end in order to ensure that their customers' data, their customers' money are not just moving within the SWIFT, of here. And again, because of the introduction of 5G, you will definitely experience, a more increase in fintech services. And then again, payment system is also going to be, the swiftness of payments is also going to be very, very much high now. So all of these have shown that there are a lot of opportunity. We just have to ensure that there are more regulatory frameworks in place. A multifaceted regulatory framework that comes from different industry players to ensure that we are able to, have an holistic output of our fintech industry.
All right, you will agree with me, Tunji, that Nigerians are very talented people, and what with the state of the economy and inflationary pressures, there's this Japa syndrome. So there have been talks about investment more in talent development and the need for fintechs to be more structured to explore viable frameworks and adopt a strong management approach. What do you really think, Tunji?
Yeah, Japa syndrome. We can't limit our potentials, and we can't limit our experts. Of course, we have to harness them. We need to really harness them. And I know that agencies in Nigeria like NICTA, CBN, FinTech Association on timely basis, and often they come up with hackathon, whereby they allow young Nigerians who have innovation in not just only in fintech, across other areas of technology, innovations, to come up with products and then pitch it and possibly find a way to actually sell it to the market. Of course, this has also been some very important thing that we need, but of course there is a need for us to really have a proper framework for how we harness our skills. And again, because we are now in a global community, and the workforce has actually moved, from the conventional method that we used to do. Not necessarily somebody has to be in an office before they can actually deliver any job. So the fact that you have potential who possibly leave the shore of the country to another nation doesn't really mean that they can still not provide innovation technology for the country. We just need to have a holistic framework in place in order to identify our talent. Even when they decided to take their expertise somewhere else, we can still have them in the pool of our talent, and then still continue to engage them to make use of their skills in order to better innovation as regards to financial services in our country.
All right, at the FinTech Week 2023, some of the themes, some of the topics that took front burner included how emerging technologies like artificial intelligence can enhance security, enable regulation to power innovation in data insights. Good thing you are a cybersecurity expert. Can you share some of your thoughts?
Yeah, of course, no doubt. AI and ML, are also very, innovative and emerging technology that also has its own, both as much as it has its own pros, it has its own cons. We just need to understand, how much of what we really need it for. So of course, AI can actually come up. Help you in fraud prevention and detection in real time monitoring. We are not talking about after incident has occurred, and we are now trying to do an incident analysis. But AI technology can actually help in fraud prevention to ensure that there is a fraud prevention and detection mechanism in place that can be in real time. Then again, machine learning, to analyze big data and spot anomalies, identify if there has been any changes in data. Then all of these have actually ML AI can actually help fintechs in managing security aspect of the fintech because of the technology underlying risk. And then again, the risk management aspect of it, there are automation, risk management, compliance solution now, which leveraging AI, in order to ensure that organization, not just only fintech, but in perspective, looking at fintech industry, can actually help you in ensuring that monitoring your compliance. Are you truly compliant to regulatory demand, regulatory functions? All of this, definitely has come to play, and they are also going to help the financial technology industry in monitoring their systems in order to ensure that as much as they are servicing their customer, they're also servicing their customer with security in mind.
All right, it is still Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. We still have Olatunji Igbalolojobi. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back. We'll look at the need for diversification of product, and of course how internet penetration is also affecting the fintech roles in the country. In a moment, we're right back. Stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Right, thanks for staying with us. It's still Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. We still have Olatunji with us. Now, Tunji, let me just reel out some figures, and I want you to react to some of the issues that we have, or maybe challenges, as it were, and maybe you could offer some opportunities that we can explore from there. FinTech Global Research indicate that as at the second quarter of this year, Nigeria attracted 42% of the FinTech deals in Africa, making it the most active destination on the continent. There are now some 250 active FinTech firms and over 6,000 startups registered with various acceleration incubation hubs and FinTech services institutions. This is a great news, Tunji, but then again, how would you really say the effect of internet penetration is affecting FinTech business in the country?
Yeah, just like I mentioned, of course, there are still some, the broadband deep penetration issue is still there. We still have quite large numbers of unbanked and, underserved citizens who have not really been able to, make use of the innovations that FinTech has presented to carry out their financial, seamless financial transaction and services, especially the people in the remote area who are the one coming out with product, more like first-hand product now, and then again the ability to be able to get that product, even sell their product online without any middleman, come to play, has also really limit that opportunity. But so it is important that relevant agencies, ministry that are important in the deep broadband penetration also make effort in ensuring that we are able to penetrate, the remote area so as to be able to reach out to the underbanked, the underserved, Nigerians. And again, with the introduction of fifth generation technology, the 5G, I also believe it's also going to be a very good, it's going to actually increase FinTech services and FinTech customers, exponentially, because the high latency rate of how the technology is going to work, and then considering the fact that most of it is going to be using the fiber, connection, services. So this is also very important for us to look at, but it's important to identify that even though there are a lot of investors coming in to invest in the FinTech services in Nigeria, expanding the FinTech industry, we also the agencies that are relevant to deep broadband penetration also need to play their own role very well so that the financial inclusion can easily be achieved within the stipulated time.
All right, as we go now, Olatunji, you will also agree with me that innovation is actually the lifeline of the FinTech ecosystem. Talking about innovation and how FinTech companies can, reinvent themselves, as it were, I just want you to talk for 1 minute concerning how they can collaborate to diversify product offerings.
Yeah, of course. There are much we can actually do when we collaborate and compete. Now this is one very important principle that we, at CEBIT, try to leverage on. We rather collaborate and compete because we understand that in collaboration we're able to expand, our services. We're able to, share knowledge. We're able to share ideas and principle innovations that will better, meet the needs of customers. So it is important for us to do a lot of, knowledge sharing. Data knowledge sharing in a responsible manner, ensuring that even there is a need for us to share data, we are sharing those data in a very responsible manner. And again, technology innovations too, you agree with me that most of what, FinTech services rely on is around the API service. So, API, related technology.
All right, we seem to have lost Olatunji there, but there is also the need for fintech companies to explore new sectors like agri-tech, insurtech, and of course blockchain adoption was also encouraged at this year's FinTech Week. Do we still have Olatunji? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I just want you to just wrap up your thoughts because we lost you at some point. Yeah, just conclude what you were saying.
Oh, okay. So I was trying to mention that, I mean, we can do a lot with collaboration and competition, especially when it comes to technology, innovation, sharing. Leveraging technology sharing is something that is going to actually help the fintech industry to also grow more in terms of, ensuring that we have an holistic frameworks. And also at the same time, we also have a deep broadband penetrations. Then again, we also try to diversify, like you mentioned, some of the, industry and sector that has not really been an area of focus. Industry can come together and begin to say, let's innovate, let's innovate about this industry, about this sector, and let's come up with a solution to better serve the real player in those industry. So much more collaboration, bigger than competition. That's one of the very important things that I think that is going to actually help the industry to move forward.
Thank you so much, Tunji. Indeed, there's a whole lot that can be explored and lots of opportunities for the fintech sector. We do appreciate your time. Olatunji Igbalojobi, he is the Chief Information and Security Officer at CRP. Thanks for all of the input and insights that you have shared today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, and that's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Akadunye. Many thanks for being there.
Transportation in major cities in Nigeria has taken a different turn since the introduction of ride-hailing services enabled by technology. It has provided employment for many and made transportation easier and relatively cheaper. However, because of its peculiarity, the dynamic between drivers and passengers comes with its own conflicts. Drivers and passengers often complain about their interactions with one another. Many issues like courtesy on the part of passengers and drivers, being kept waiting for too long, where a passenger chooses to sit for the ride, the direction of the trip, and many more are some of the causes for conflict in this short relationship. Lawo, a hail ride driver, shares some of his experiences.
At times, some of them will set location. The map or the app will automatically give them another location. So by the time you get to the location, on the address, you call them, they tell you, sorry, I'm sorry, I should have told you. The map used to do like that, used to take people to another state, go and turn and come back. That can be ridiculous. And at times, the Lagos traffic, whatever, that the route you pass now, or probably before you even got through, it was hell. Now, having to go back, it can be very irritating.
How is this relationship supposed to be navigated? Mutual respect is key, and under no circumstances should riders or drivers disrespect the other. Riders should respect the vehicle they are in and should leave the vehicle in the condition in which they found it. Unruly behavior such as damaging the vehicle is not tolerated. Using bad language is also not tolerated. Being aggressive or discriminatory can also get a rider banned from using the app. Although friendly conversation doesn't do any harm during a trip, respect should be upheld at all times. Both riders and drivers should give each other space and should not make each other feel uncomfortable. Getting to a destination safely is a top priority. This is why drivers need to adhere to the rules of the road, for example, by sticking to the speed limit, not driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, not texting while driving. Drivers should always take a break if they are tired. Riders should play their part by wearing their seatbelts and not trying to cram in extra people when there aren't enough seatbelts. Riders also need to refrain from bringing alcohol or banned substances into the vehicle and should not ask a driver to go faster than the speed limit. As a rider, request your ride inside. To minimize the time that you're standing outside by yourself with your phone in your hand, instead, wait inside until the app shows that your driver has arrived. Check your ride. Every time you take a trip, ensure you're getting into the right car with the right driver by matching the license plate, car make and model, and driver photo with what's provided on your app. Have the driver confirm your name. In addition to the check your ride safety steps, you can also ask the driver to confirm your name before you get in the car. Your driver sees your first name in your app and your driver's first name is displayed to you in your app. Be a backseat rider. Whenever possible, sit in the back seat, especially if you're riding alone. This helps ensure that you can safely exit on either side of the vehicle to avoid moving traffic, and it gives you and your driver some personal space. Share your trip details with loved ones. While en route, tap Share Trip Status in the app to share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location. And then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out. It will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So, but by the time you click arrive, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good, which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate, and I get to the gate, and they say, call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive, because that's the estate. So having to navigate my way through that is own cup of tea. When I click arrive, then the person has 5 minutes before he will start being charged by the app. So after 5 minutes that I've clicked arrive, the person will start being charged. Then once the person gets in and will click start, then I'll ask the person, can we move? He say yes. Then I'll click starting up of the trip. So once I click on that, the trip starts. Then we continue moving.
Hello, this is Plus Report. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. We begin this week's package with maritime security. The Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft Patrol Team has intercepted a large fiber boat containing over 90 drums of 250 liters each of petroleum motor spirit near Ijegun community in Lagos. the commander NNS Beecroft Commodore Kolawole Oguntuga said his team acted on credible intelligence and discovered the vessel abandoned near the community. Correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
Commodore Oguntuga said the remarkable feat under the ongoing Operation Waterguard, NNS Beecroft's patrol team successfully intercepted and seized a large fiber boat transporting illegally obtained premium motor spirit in the early hours of November 11. He said the perpetrators fled upon sighting the naval team. Oguntuga said the prevention of illicit acquisition of such volatile products does not only curb economic sabotage, but also prevents outbreak of fire, which may have dire consequences on life and property.
Apart from the fact that this product will not make premium motor spirit available for Nigerians, which the Nigerian Navy is trying to curb, it also has the potentials of triggering fire with catastrophic consequences on life and property. Apart from that, this is ill-gotten wealth, and I'm sure we are aware that ill-gotten wealth could be used to sponsor violence, to sponsor crime, to sponsor so many other vices, which the Nigerian Navy, under the leadership of Vice Admiral E.I. Ogala, is bent on curbing. And I want to use this opportunity to warn perpetrators of this nefarious act, particularly vessels that carry these products, that try to compromise and give these products to these perpetrators to desist from this act. Because from now henceforth, apart from the fact that we are going to bring them to book, we might be tempted to use force, which could also mean deactivating vessels that are found indulged in this kind of economic sabotage.
In a related development, the NNS Beecroft patrol team and the maritime component of Operation Awase said it thwarted an illegal bunkering activity at Folu village in Ibejuleki, a town along the boundary between Lagos and Ogun states.
Where that Operation Waterguard, the vessels that have been assembled to carry out, to execute this operation are enormous. And we also have quick response teams stationed along the coast from Badagry down to Lekki. So we are making the waterways unconducive for these perpetrators to have freedom of action. So, based on intelligence as well, and of course, deploying the state-of-the-art facility, I'm talking about the Falcon Eye facility, we also gathered that products in jerry cans were being brought from neighboring states, and they are being transferred into trucks, into tankers. And of course, men were deployed there. And when we go to the community is Folu, the name of the community is Folu in Ibeju. It's a border community between Lagos State and Ogun State. And behold, what we found there was that's 18,000 liters tanker with products suspected to be AGO, with pumping machines, OCs, and jerry cans. Of course, the perpetrators fled on sighting the men, but we were able to apprehend the truck and other equipment that are being used. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to parents and guardians to warn their children and their wards to avoid this kind of illicit behavior. Because going forward, the Nigerian Navy and other security agencies will become very, very hard on them.
The items are still in the base for further investigation in line with standard procedure. The Nigerian Navy assured that it will apply force to end these illegalities in order to enhance the maritime economic prosperity in Nigeria. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
Indeed, that was a remarkable feat achieved under the ongoing Operation Waterguard NNS Beecroft Patrol Team. We say kudos. Moving maritime security to legislative business now. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, unveiled the legislative agenda of the 10th House of Representatives with a commitment to deploy every legislative instrument towards meeting the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. The official unveiling took place at plenary. Plus TV Emmanuel Ehijene completes this report.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, unveiled the 10th House legislative agenda entitled The People's House. During the launch, the Speaker says the 10th legislative agenda is rooted in the fundamental belief that the primary role as lawmakers is to serve the best interests of constituents. Abbas says though the House recognizes the diverse needs and challenges currently facing the nation, it is optimistic that together President Bola Tinubu will provide long-lasting solutions to set Nigeria on a sure path of development.
The legislative agenda of the 10th House of Representatives, aptly titled The People's House, is rooted in the fundamental belief that our primary role as lawmakers is to serve the best interests of our constituents. We recognize the diverse needs and challenges currently facing our nation. Despite this, we are optimistic that together with His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will provide long-lasting solutions to save Nigeria on a sure path of development.
His Senate counterpart, who was also present at the launch, Godswill Akpabio, also lauded the House for leading the way in unveiling its legislative agenda, saying when the Senate also presents its own, it would ensure it does not depart from the agenda of the House.
I believe that we have gone beyond the call of tradition, and we have reason to respond to the call of our dear nation, Nigeria. We have wrapped this agenda around issues germane and crucial to our national development. And you have committed yourselves to supporting the executive arm of government, led by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to succeed in the renewed hope agenda already espoused by the Secretary to Government of the Federation.
On his part, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, praised the Speaker for the initiative. He says a focused and forward-looking legislature is a panacea for a thriving democracy in any nation.
Particularly Nigeria deserves a legislature with experience, tested and determined leadership that recognizes the importance of effective lawmaking as a vehicle for socio-economic development. The agenda will have come to launch is an attestation the high quality of leadership and membership, the House of Representatives, and a demonstration of their commitment to service.
The legislative agenda is designed to provide the necessary legislative support to the 8-point agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Renewed Hope Agenda.
Nigerians are indeed looking towards getting better legislations from the National Assembly, even as the various committees begin sitting and oversight functions. It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. I am so excited about this report, which celebrates womanhood. It's a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Peleruwa. The book, written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olubile, author, was unveiled in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and now reports.
It is the launch of the book Peleruwa. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Pelewura, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Pelewura. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Alhaja Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Pelewura, who was actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Pelewura. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Pelewura would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Pelewura. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with, and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect to their inner selves and lead their children to have great
because all those people we have mentioned cannot fit into that part.
The reviewer, Bashorun J.K. Rondo, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Pelewura as brave and combative.
So that God will continue to hear our request. So to call down all the holies now, let me invite Mr. M.O. Dausu to come and give us the opening prayer.
Other compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbile has authored 6 books, including Lonely Men, Leader, 10 Ahead, Bartolika, Heroes, and the latest edition, Pelewura.
Whilst Pelewura was in charge of the market, women and men then, Abba Macaulay was practically the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, that have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
According to the author, Pelewura was the founder of the Lagos Women Market Association, the first in Nigeria. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Yes, you will agree with me that the role of women in nation building cannot be overemphasized, and as such, women should be more visible in the decision-making process of government. Let's talk agriculture and food security now. From statistics available in the country, Nigeria post-harvest losses today stands at 3.5 trillion naira, meaning about 94.5 billion annual losses per 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, if shared equally. This was the submission of stakeholders during a conference on ways to achieve food and nutrition security in the country held in Abuja. Plus TV Emmanuel Ehijeni completes this report.
The message was delivered by ActionAid Nigeria in collaboration with Small Scale Women Farmers Organization and the CAADP Non-State Actors Group at a conference in Abuja on Tuesday. Recall that in July 2023, The President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, declared a state of emergency on food security situation in the country. For now, the key areas to address these losses is to focus on reducing this alarming rate of post-harvest losses through the provision of access to processing and storage facilities for farmers in the country.
So we are talking about where there is quick win. Provide communities with processing facilities. If they are doing massively rice, provide them with rice processing facilities. If they are doing massively cassava, provide them with cassava processing facilities. If it is maize, different value chain, and we can get that. Then you can also see that access to transport is only 10%. So we are in a dire situation. So imagine if we can save 3.5 trillion into our economy through this type of investment. This support should be given to cooperatives. Let them own it and run it.
One of the key areas for quick wins and results for our food and nutrition security is to focus on reducing our alarming post-harvest losses. Post-harvest losses is one of the foremost challenges faced by smallholder farmers, especially women in communities in Nigeria. It devastates our efforts and income, leaving us poorer and continues to hinder Nigerians' food and nutrition security.
The group also stated that 133 million Nigerians are living in poverty, and out of this number, 106 live in rural areas with agriculture as their major occupation, which is why the government must invest heavily in agriculture.
But Nigeria's economic growth has not delivered inclusivity, resulting in widespread and alarming poverty and inequality across the country. Economic growth can only be inclusive if it reduces both poverty and inequality. Therefore, if smallholder women farmers are to benefit from the implementation of this agreement, trade barriers facing women must be dismantled through adequate investment, public investment in agriculture, especially in post-harvest losses, reduction support. With this investment going towards processing facilities, storage facilities.
The group also made some recommendations.
The President and the state governors should take charge of the agriculture sectors for our food and nutrition security by deliberate massive investment, especially in post-harvest losses reduction. Number 3, the federal and state government should concentrate on small cottage processing and storage facilities in communities based on different commodities to the own-operated, sustained and expanded by smallholder women farmers cooperative.
The group is convinced that with adequate processing and storage facilities for Nigerian farmers, the agriculture sector can contribute greatly to the GDP of the country.
And lastly, to labor and economic matter. The Private Telecommunication and Communications Senior Staff Associate of Nigeria, TECSAN, has condemned what it described as act of brutalization and dehumanization of the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero. This was contained in a communique issued by the union at the end of its second quadrennial National Delegates Conference, which held in Lagos recently. Details in this report.
In the struggle for our men, there is victory.
It is yet another 4 years, and members of the Private Telecommunications and Communications Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, TECSAN, have gathered for their second quadrennial conference. President of TECSAN, Okpeyemi Tomori, released the journey of the union from the challenges of COVID-19 to the present economic challenges, including how the exchange rate has affected business performance, union membership and grievances, among others.
It has been a challenging mix
for all our members in the private communications industry as well, when we consider the effect on the home front, where whatever has been sustaining the family couldn't pay the bills any longer.
The comrades are not unaware of the biting macroeconomic challenges as they called on President Bola Tinubu to address the downturn. They also shared their reservations about the issue between the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Imo State government.
Sincerely, it's barbaric because we're in a place where we have police for thug to attack a citizen, not even because Comrade Ajero is the president of the union. It's barbaric, it's not fair. We should have right to life, and dignity should be attached to everybody's life. So the government cannot play an ostrich to this, because truthfully they are aware. Because now you can look at it, we remove subsidy, and at the same time we are now buying yachts. We are buying 160 million vehicle for our people. So I believe that if subsidy is the only thing being enjoyed by the citizen, we should leave it.
The macroeconomic policies, particularly the management of the forex, the other relates to energy, and what impact that has on local manufacturing and local production, and jobs. Because for Pitexan, they in services industry, telecoms, they rely a lot on energy, electricity, they rely a lot on diesel, they rely on all kinds of energy. The same thing with people who do direct manufacturing in textile, in chemical, in food. So a lot of our members are really groaning.
Yeah, we condemn that fully as Texan for the attack on the president of NLC. It is something that is so uncalled for, and it's a very bad signal when things like that start happening to leaders, especially leaders of unions. Regarding the economic situation in the country, everyone is affected. And we expect that we would get a presidency that can actually react accordingly.
The conference is themed Empowering the Future and Navigating Digital Frontiers. Members say digital transformation is important to improve business efficiencies.
Digital transformations in telecommunication is highly important to improve businesses, increase operational efficiencies, and provide ultimate customer experience. It is the process of incorporating the latest tech in the drive of organizational growth and gain in a competitive environment.
We had known members, but now we have branches that we can be proud of that we have. And also we have been able to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement, which means the working conditions are improved for our members.
Texan says it is poised more than ever before to fight against anti-labor activities within the information and communications technology sector, as well as go after multinationals that hide under the name of outsourcing to enslave workers.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Colbert. Welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier wollen wir das gleich drin machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste war.
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so das
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst,
You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it.
Aber
But we'll manage.
wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Schon ein bisschen Gewicht und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt. Verbindungslinie.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Aufsetzen.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Müssen wir einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat es geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
einen
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist
That's
so. Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
da haben wir die
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Kann's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screenings in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's all so unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lukas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different.
Ganz anders sein.
Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
My name is David Oladimeji Olukemi-Mako, a son of Awa, Ijebu, Ogun State. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ibadan at St. Mary's Catholic Hospital, Oluyoro, Okiofa, to the family of Abraham Olukoya, Adeyinka Mako, and my mother, Olabisi, the only child of her mother, was from Iba, Imobi, in the Ijebu Waterside area of Ogun State. I was raised by maternal grandmother, Madam Odilia Taiwo, Mami Ekotado. I was a gifted fisherman even before I turned 10 years old. I left the village of Itase for Ibadan, and I got enrolled at St. Saviour's African Church School, Ekotado, Ibadan. Ibadan then became my world, where table tennis took all my attention in those growing old days. Traversing the various playing locations like Agbokojo, Racecourse Ibadan, and Liberty Stadium in search of fame and fortune. And as a young boy, I was very rascally and had my fair share of youthful exuberances. Ibadan Grammar School offered me opportunity for both education and sports. The school tempered my deviance, and the boarding house provided me enough activities to refocus for the future. Sincerely, for me then, no real role models beyond peer group influence. I had friends who were very studious. I tagged along, and I was better for it. Oliver Baptist High School, Oyo, and University of Ibadan provided enough experiences that shaped my life and contributed largely to my modest accomplishments in life. Of course, Lagos State welcomed me after my National Youth Service year, and since then, there was no looking back. I must admit that Lagos remains a land of opportunities and a great state for those who dream and labor. As I take a look back and mirror into the past, I saw exciting and memorable moments. Moments where the economy seems to be working. Moments where security was not a major issue on the front burner. Moments where communal spirits were high and trust issues were no challenges. So I wondered, where did we get it wrong? Will our children believe us when we say we had so much fun in those days? I appreciate how far this country has come from a population of 45 million in 1960 to 200 million plus today. Within the same land space, we need to now begin to be positive in our response to Nigeria. Our challenge now is to focus on how we can change the narrative. How, instead of talking about good old days, be projecting into a future that is greater than our past. I am an accomplice and partner in this drive and desire to make our tomorrow better than our today. Shemore, I'm with you all the way in this journey. God bless our nation. God bless Nigeria.
Welcome to Timeless Conversations today. My guest is a gentleman who is an epitome of altruism. All the while that I've known him, he has always done stuff just for the common good of everybody around him. In fact, to the extent that I see him as Dr. Selfless. I said Dr. Selfless because he's a medical doctor by training. Please welcome with me Dr. Dokun Adedeji. He prefers to be called Dokun Adedeji.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also call him Papa. Now, let's talk about you as the person. As much as possible, I will make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You don't like being the focus. But how would you not be the focus when you are the firstborn of your family?
Yeah, truly I'm firstborn, but sometimes the firstborn also can be silent in the sense that others outshine him or something. But I've lived my life like this. My kid brothers and sisters looking up to me again, and also my parents having so much trust and confidence in my leadership ability over my kids. And I think that has helped me in other things that I've done, I've been able to do.
Okay. Your family is from Igbarodo. No, Igbaroke.
Yes.
In Ondo State.
Yes.
Were you born there?
I wasn't.
But you also have a very strong connection to Igbarodo.
Oh, yeah.
Igbaroke.
You know, the thing, when my father retired and we were living in Lagos, after a while he got tired of living in Lagos, he moved to Igbaroke, and then my mother joined, and they were living there until they died. So we had no choice than to keep visiting them until my mom died some months ago.
Yes.
So, and they have their house there, which is still there. And we're also close to some of the things they do there. And the current Oba, we're also close to him. So, in a sense, because of my parents, we had to be going regularly, and that was how I got a bit close to
Igbaroke. Now, but let's talk about your family life, your early childhood. What did your dad and your mom do that was useful, helpful in turning you guys out the way you have turned out?
You know, I like that because I'm beginning to see the effect of how we were brought up and what they did on our own current lives and the way we are trying to live our family lives. My father was a banker until he retired during the Murtala Muhammad, some funny things as we learned. And then my mom actually did not work because my father said her responsibility was us. And she also took it like that until when she decided to work, then she was doing just some trading, got involved in a lot of things. So she had time to be with us. My father too managed to find time to go. And banking then, it's not like today. That is like cutthroat and then all kinds of stuff. My father still had time. So whenever he came back, I remember in those days, we would sit down as a family, we were talking generally about things. And those things that we used to talk about had been some sort of the things that have guided the way we all have grown up. About values, about systems, about how people should connect with other people and how they connected with us and how we saw them connecting with just ordinary people.
Okay. So what was the decision to send you to school back in, that was Ado-Ekiti?
I remember.
were you that stubborn?
No, I wasn't. You see, we were living in Lagos. I did all my primary school and all those in Lagos. And my parents felt that they wanted me to have a kind of rural background with education being the primary focus and also the Christian nature of it. So I did a variety of exams, I passed them. When I now decided I was going to go to some particular, they said, sorry, you are going to Christ School, Ado-Ekiti. And I think it was the best choice for me as well.
Okay.
And living Lagos, the glamour of Lagos and all the rascality, to then go to Christ School, that was backwater kind of a thing. And then, although again, I got there meeting some friends of mine who also came from Lagos with the same parental leaning that we want you to go somewhere and learn about other people, other things aside from Lagos.
Okay.
So it was fun.
What did that do to you? Apart from the fun aspect of it.
No,
being away for the first time?
Being away for the first time was tough. I remember the first time that we were on holiday, I was to come home. I think my dad couldn't send someone to pick me or something, so I had to come by public transport or something. So for me, it was jarring, never done that before. And also what it helped me to do was to meet a lot of people from different backgrounds. And in those days, it doesn't matter whether we were Christian or not. I mean, I met all kinds of people. And also, it allowed me to settle into education and also gave me the opportunity of going to some extracurricular things that had built my life today. It was a very good experience for me.
So, what led you to decide to read medicine?
To read medicine? To be honest with you, and I try to be as modest as possible. I was good in all the subjects. I was very good. I was one of the best in my class, in my school at the time. So for me, and again, you know, those days, if you were not a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant, and truly, if I didn't read medicine, I would have read law.
Okay.
And so I decided to read. And again...
So it wasn't like your dad insisted you were to read? Because, you know, it was like in those days, they would say, this is what you read.
You see, I think my family had been lucky with the kind of parents we had. None of us was mandated or corralled to read a particular, it was by choice. And I think some of the things that guided me, I remember when we were living in Ibadan, and I was to make a choice. I remember my dad's friend, two of them very well. One was Professor Femi Williams. He was pathologist in in UCH. And then I was Professor Shofora, who was also in UCH. And they were my dad's very close friends. They used to come. And I saw Professor Williams. I remember him very well. He would wear black trousers, white short sleeve with a black bow tie. And I liked that. He was very well, I'm very intelligent man. And from school, I passed all this. So I just said I was going to read medicine.
So you wanted to become another Femi Williams?
In a sense, in terms of the way it was sartorially presented and very intelligent and very professional.
You also dress very well too, sure you know.
Oh, I thank you.
Yes.
No, people say that, but
yes.
It's just by nature, I like to be simple, but I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, even dressing, even writing, whatever I do. So people find a bit of trouble with that. I was too particular about things, but it's just my nature.
So it's been how many years since you left Ife? I mean, yes, since you went into
medicine.
Medicine, yes.
I left medical school, I think must have been about 38 years now.
Yeah, that's almost 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I practiced medicine for quite a while until I got tired, and whilst I was in Cadbury. So, and incidentally, you know, things sometimes work in ways that you don't understand but that you desire. After being in medical practice as a medical director in Cadbury, then I was getting tired of medicine. I said to myself, I would rather do something else. So in the process, Cadbury then had an issue. And then the MD, then a white man, thank God for white men, I mean for this reason, he called me and said, we talked about something in the company because of the issue, all the directors had gone, and they want me to move to human resources, to head human resources. I said to him, hey, I'm a doctor. So he said, no, we know, but we know that you can do it. We will give you all the practical background that you need, experience, and then we'll put you. So he said, okay, they'll come in, let me have an interview with the other directors who are white too. I keep mentioning the white thing because I'm not sure if the MD was black or Nigerian, whether they'll give me that opportunity.
That's a deep one.
Honestly.
We will interrogate it.
Oh, please, let's do. You know why I'm saying so?
Yes.
This was a man, they brought him because he had retired, they brought him from the UK.
Okay.
Wallace Garland. I remember his name very well. Cadbury had problems, some white people had come on the board, Alistair was there, Mike was there, and also Wallace. So he walked to my office, actually in the clinic. He had been looking for me, I wasn't there. So then he came, he shut the door and said, Doc, I want us to have a chat. I said, what is it? He said, we've been thinking about something I've discussed with them in headquarters in Birmingham. We want you to become the head of HR. I said, look, I'm a medical doctor by profession. He said, we know, but we have seen things in you that can make that make us believe that you can handle it. So, but he said what they will do then is try and give me practical background and all this and all the training required. I said, okay. And he said I would think about it, that he will call me. So he got back to me, he called me and said, will I be available for an interview on Friday? I said, okay, fine. Then he called back and said, no, tomorrow. So I met the other directors, two of them, Mike, the other white man, then the South African, white South African, Alistair Gore. So we had the interview, and then 2 days later, he called me and said, look, they've agreed that I should be moved to human resources, that if I don't like it, I should let them know I'll come back to medicine.
We'll come back to it. Let me just say that, don't you think that attitude was more from where they're coming from than because of their skin color?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If I alluded to white, it was
Yes.
because they were white then. I think it's them.
Yeah.
It's just their way, the attitude of giving anybody a chance who can do something. Not necessarily because of the skin color.
Okay, fine.
It is not unlikely that there could be some Nigerians with such disposition, but at that time there was none, in my
Okay,
periphery.
fine. Okay.
So I think it was more. It wasn't because of some also came, they were terrible, white guys, but not necessarily because of their skin color.
So what was that experience like, switching from the clinic being medical director to becoming HR director?
Honestly, it was enlightening. It gave me a wider berth in understanding. But you see, what had also helped me was the fact that as a doctor, I was dealing with human beings in a clinical sense of mobility.
Yeah.
But when I moved to it, I was now dealing with human beings in a social environment with their working relationship and all that they practice. So it was just a shift, but it's still about people.
Okay.
But I think it deepened my interest in people and gave me a better understanding of what trips people, how they live their lives, and what affects them. It was very good for me. And after a while again, I got tired. I said I wanted to leave.
We'll take a break. We'll be back to continue. It's still Timeless Conversations. Our guest is Dr. Dokun Adedeji. We'll be back. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji as our guest today. So you were saying you got tired and you thought, let me go.
You see, it's an interesting thing about what had happened to me. When I was in the clinic, I had the liberty to to practice medicine the way I always loved to practice. I had everything. The company gave me the latitude to have the things that are required to practice. And so it was a different experience for me from working in the private sector. And so when after a while, I just thought, I come here, I treat people, I do this, I can't wake up the dead. So I said to myself, I'd like to have a different experience. You know, and the thing that helped me, as the clinic was under the HR department, so I was attending top managers meeting and all those. So I was making contributions to our discussions, and I said that, look, this is something that I didn't think I was going to go to HR until that opportunity came. So when it came, you know, whilst I was even in the clinic, I was involved in some NGOs where I put so much time and interest even whilst working. And so I began to say to myself, and I came with the experience of what Bill Gates said. Bill Gates said when he called his colleagues and said, look, when he becomes 50, he was going to retire. And he began to do other things that gave him satisfaction and opportunities to do other things. So I said to myself, I've worked in the clinic, I've been HR, I've done my bit. I would like to spend the rest of my life doing things for other people and doing things that I enjoy, not necessarily for money, but for satisfaction. And so after a while, I told the company that I would like to leave. So they said, well, I said, I just was tired. There was no way I would become the MD of the company. I mean, going by what I can see, because I'm limited in that scope. And I'd rather now when I can still do stuff, go and do things. And they said, okay, fine. So I left. And since I left, I've been involved in the NGOs that I mentioned, that are now I superintend over it, and it gives me absolute satisfaction. And the peace it brings to me, I can't quantify it. So I thought I made the right decision.
So it's like you turned the page.
Oh, yes.
In your life's story.
Oh, yes.
And decided I'm going to be more into NGO, social service, as it were. Now, the NGO is the Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry. That's CADAM. What informed its formation?
You know, sometimes, I remember when I won an award, and the chairman of the company, because I won the chairman's award in Cadbury, which was an international award, Cadbury Staff Worldwide. So the chairman asked me, he said, Doko, what gave you this desire to do this thing? That I said, honestly, I don't know. I just think it's my nature. It's not the same thing. What happened was, I never smoked before, never drank before. One day in church, the pastor just said, look, we're starting a new ministry called Drug Addict Rehabilitation Ministry to cater to the people that have been on drugs, maybe in the hospital at home. They didn't have any intention of turning to anything else, so I joined. So once I was there, it then began, not because of my medical background, but it was just my nature. So when we were there, I began to suggest to people that, look, going to the joints and meeting this addict, just talking to them was not, they even said to us that, look, we want you to take us out of this and then put us in a place where we can get rehabilitated. That was what began the journey. So I then got very involved in it. We then built our center, began to admit people, and we went to see people turn around. There are quite a number of them, there are still a lot of them that are drug-free, living productive lives. So that was my interest.
In what year was this?
The ministry actually was founded by Pastor Deyemi. I think he founded the ministry in 1991.
Okay.
And then I joined the ministry in 1992.
So that's like 1991 today. That's 30 years ago.
And then
so
29.
you've been with it.
I've been in the ministry for about 29 years.
29 years.
And since I retired in 2010, this is what I've been doing full time. Even I wasn't paid. But that was not until now Mommy Jo now set up a board. The board said, no, you couldn't have been doing this all these many years and then we don't. So they said they'll give me some allowance. But the allowance is not even the important thing. But the fact that it was touching people's lives, people's homes, people's families and parents.
Let's talk about not just the testimonials yet, but the drug abuse situation in Nigeria. I know it's a global thing, but let's situate it within our own area.
Lekon, one of the greatest tragedy for me, or pain for me, is the issue and our attitude to substance abuse in Nigeria. Why do I say that? Since I got involved, we've been shouting at what I'm seeing that will envelope. When initially, some years ago, they said Nigeria was a user nation, a transit nation. People carry through Nigeria. I remember telling one of the top echelons of NDLA, was actually the chairman, and we're joking that then we were even a user nation. Because they didn't believe until 2013, when NDLA finally agreed that we're a user nation. Then I cautioned again, a year after that, we're not just a user, we're manufacturing. Everybody said, no, no, it can't be. Where am I going to? In 2017, a survey was done by the UNODC. The report came out in 2018. The global average prevalence use of substance abuse globally was 5.6%. In Nigeria at that time was 14.4%, translating to over 14 million Nigerians between ages 15 and 64 that had used drugs the previous year. And let me say this, that survey probably did not take into cognizance people who do it in the office, people who do it socially, these were people they thought that were doing drugs on a regular basis. This year, the country representative of UNODC said that figure is close to 20 million. And you know, the thing that people also need to know is this. Out of every 4 substance use abuse disorders, 1 is a female. In Nigeria, the preponderance of use in Nigeria in the population is age 25 to 39, which is the economic productive years of any nation.
Yeah.
In Nigeria today, over almost 12 million people use cannabis.
Marijuana?
Marijuana. And I can tell you, Leko, there is no area of this country that does not have a drug joint.
Freeze. Marijuana. They say that the marijuana grown in certain parts of Nigeria, right, is the best in the world. When you say is the best in the world, is there any economic opportunities derivable from that? Because I recall that even Governor Akeredolu is calling for the legalization of marijuana production.
You know why I'm laughing? Incidentally, Governor Akeredolu and I were classmates at Ayetoro.
Yes.
We're very good friends. He knows this is what I do. I disagree with him completely. You see, anybody who talks about legalization of marijuana are blinded to some facts. We know, as a matter of fact, that the marijuana grown in Nigeria, the component THC component, that is the terrible one that affects the mental and disturbs people, is very high. You see, the marijuana grown abroad for the legal uses are modified. So they're modified to the extent that the THC component is not as heavy as it is here. To say that the best in Nigeria is a fallacy. Nigeria is the 5th highest producer of marijuana in the world. Now, the thing about this is, we are not in a state yet, and I don't know when we can get there, when we can sort of decide that this is what we use marijuana for. So legalizing it will be a tragedy. It will take us down slope. And I'm glad that General Marwa has spoken against it, as many of us are against it. We need to be very careful. Yes, economic benefits are there, because we know that within marijuana, there are over 100 and something substances or compounds in it. And some of them are used in the manufacturing, they're used in building, they're used in hair industry,
hair production,
beauties and all those things. They're also used in medicine. But one thing that people forget, even the medical marijuana is not an answer to many of the conditions we use them for. In infantile epilepsy, for instance, which sometimes is used, it is not everyone that has infantile epilepsy that benefits from marijuana. And we have also known that regular drugs that are used for those conditions are far more efficacious than even marijuana. Trying to legalize it and under the guise of the legal use is just to make it into something that becomes acceptable if we're not careful. Marijuana will join the class of socially acceptable substances like alcohol and cigarette, and it's becoming like that in Nigeria surreptitiously.
Yes. Because
a lot of people use marijuana. And you know, one thing that I'd like to say is this. There are varieties of marijuana, various ones that people are now using in Nigeria. They call it loud, they call it Arizona, they call it Colorado. They are not marijuana at all.
What about the one they call skunk?
Skunk is different.
Okay.
Skunk is, let me take that and then I'll go back.
Yeah.
Skunk is a combination of marijuana, dry leaves of pawpaw, and then cocaine. That is why when people begin to use skunk, they begin to have a tendency towards addiction because of the cocaine element.
Okay.
And then they all, you see, and it's more expensive. They give a reason to say, well, because it's higher in potentiality, and that's why people use it, and it's more expensive than ordinary marijuana. Maybe ordinary marijuana, 5 rounds may cost about 100 naira or thereabout. But skunk, a pinch of skunk may cost you 2,000 or thereabout. But if I go back to Colorado and Arizona, we know that in those substances, which is not marijuana in itself, the marijuana component of them is about 10 to 11%. The rest is made of chemicals and herbs. And that is why when you see people use it, they can go berserk. They will begin to. It is the element, it is not the marijuana anymore because it's very low. It is the chemical component. They are synthetic marijuanas. And that is what is common to them. And why people use them is because the smell does not have the peculiar smell of marijuana. So if you use it at home, parents may not know. But what brings it out is the effects and consequences. And those are things, we need to do something about the substance.
You know, you said that marijuana, unfortunately, was becoming, or sadly was becoming, surreptitiously a socially acceptable drug. I recall that growing up, joints where they sold or smoked marijuana were not very much welcome within residential areas, right? But these days, sadly, people smoke marijuana on the street, openly, even people in uniform.
You know, that, you see, the thing is, dealing with the issue of substance abuse in Nigeria needs strategic thinking and implementation. And to be honest with you, I'm glad that General Marwa has come to become the chairman of NDLEA. He was chairman of PASIDA, and in the process, he met with a lot of stakeholders. So he had a very good understanding of what the issues are. And I think it's beginning to unfold. My fear is, I hope they give there's a political will to help him and also the resources. In the sense that one of the things we must begin to do in Nigeria is look at the NDLEA proper. The law setting it up has to be reviewed in my own understanding. Is too omnibus. What they expect to do, this. If we don't begin to particularize their area of attention, yes, it's good. They can be doing the interdiction, catching people and all the rest. But we need to place emphasis on demand reduction. If we don't do that, because one of the things that the Europeans have understood is this: they give us a lot of gadgets to catch people at the airport. You can't carry the drug. So what happens to the drug that doesn't go out? They get domesticated. And if they get domesticated, it allows accessibility and availability on different scales. So people can get it, they can use it. So the thing we must begin to look at now is how do we look at this thing? As you said, I doubt if you walk down this whether you won't find where you can buy it. And it's not limited to motor. You see, the wrong impression we've always had. We thought people who do drugs are motor park boys, rascals. Is not true. Big people, I mean, some experiences we are seeing lately have shown us that big people do. If you want to see some of these things in some areas of secluded areas of Lagos, highbrow areas, is to watch during break time. When you see, what do they call, yuppies, leave their offices in suit and everything, you see them drive to a house. They're not going there to have, just sit down. There's something that's going to happen there. Many of the parties today that are highbrow are drug-fed. So we need to be aware, and you probably also have noticed or seen from when they has done, many of the cookies, many of these things are bought online. People are making drugs and putting them in food materials and selling them to young people. And so that's why we need to worry. And when you talked about tackling it and about the availability, look, whether highbrow or anywhere in Lagos, there's no place, there's no joint.
You know, that's something that's very scary. You said there's possibly nowhere in Nigeria, no part of Nigeria where there is no joint, drug joint. What I have found is that even the drug of use, the preferred drug of use, differs from region to region.
Absolutely.
So that's like a hydra-headed problem.
Good. You know, you've just touched on something that I'd like to elaborate. You know, in CADAM, we sat down and looked at the spectrum of the things available, and then we came to a classification. 4 groups. The first one is socially acceptable, alcohol and cigarette. Go and check today. There is no alcohol you will not find in sachet. And why do they put it in sachet? The man who cannot buy the bottle can buy the sachet. The sachet is about 20 naira. So when you go to the joint, you see them buy like 2 of them, using them, release the amount, put it out, and then begin to use the drug of that day. And then so it allows students to buy it. And then let's go to the next way, which is the illicit. Illicit classification, which everybody knows. Heroin, cocaine, marijuana, skunk, and all of them. And all of them. Illicit because they're illegal. You can't carry them on your person and then take them, you'll be caught. And then the third one is prescription drugs. Something like tramadol, something like Refnol, something like Valium, something like injection pentazocine. These are drugs that are prescribed in hospitals for moderate to severe cases of pain. One of the things we're beginning to find that is scary, and I'm talking very responsibly because they are being called to come and intervene. There's a particular drug called injection pentazocine, which is you can get on the counter. They call it Fortwin. It's a painkiller, which is usually used for sicklers, which has been corruptly used carelessly for sicklers. If you give pentazocine to someone, in 5 minutes the pain will disappear. You will see and say, hey, there's no pain. So it's become common because you can get it everywhere. Doctors, nurses are also beginning to abuse it. And also things like pethidine, drugs you can get in the hospital. I mean, Refnol is a drug of prescription that people get. Most of these, all these drugs that I mentioned, you can get them across the counter in Nigeria, prescription. So that's the third category. The scary one is the fourth category. We call them miscellaneous. Why do we say miscellaneous? Because you can't classify them as drugs. Petrol, nail polish remover, gum, Evo-Stick, something like toilet fumes, pit latrine, or if a non-flowing gutter, the stuff are taken out, built it into a mold, and put fire to it, and then they inhale it. You see, this is not localized to Nigeria. I saw it in Kenya, when I visited Kenya some years ago. Some young, you know when you see people go to dung hill to begin scavenge, you watch some of them. They will sit down, put fire to it, and stand around it. The fumes that come out produce something like methane, which is also something that they inhale. So that is why we should worry, just as you said. If I can't afford cocaine, I will afford something in that category that gives me the same effect in lesser category. And then lizard dung. People will gather the white part of the lizard dung, grind it, and then put fire to it or sniff it. Oh, no. And also, around Pakistan, Eastern Asia, they use scorpion. They will kill scorpion, dry it, and then use it to say. In Nigeria here, there's something called gegemu. You may not know it. People in the villages know it. There is a natural growing plant that they plant behind the house to drive snake. It has fruits. How students knew that it could get them high, I don't know. It was one of the universities that I went to in Nigeria, in Southwest, that told me they will pluck the leaves, they will boil it as if they boil vegetable. You can't take the fluid neat, extremely potent. So they'll put it in bottles. When they go to parties, they'll be giving you a bit. The fruit, they will pluck it, dry it, grind it, either sniff it or put it in alcohol. So when you talk about, there are different areas. We know that in some places, they put some of this in AC.
What?
So when people, AC vent. So that's why you see them, they have their closed parties. They can do this, so they get high.
But what does that getting high do to them or do for them?
It's I will call it an escape mechanism without them knowing it. Because what they mean is, when I do this, truly, there's a high that comes with sniffing or taking this thing. And the high is ephemeral. What do I mean by that? You take it, it makes you feel, oh, I'm on top of the world. your problems, your pain seem to disappear. But it's like a Mexican story. A man carried a lot of load on his head, and he said, let me rest. He put it and he sleeps. And when he wakes up, what does he do? He picks up his load. It's the same thing with addiction. It gives a kind of freedom. I've taken it, I feel high. But the problem you are running away from, they don't disappear because you've taken something.
No.
When you wake up, you pick up your problem.
Right away.
So unless people begin, you see, there's a lot of work to do if you're getting people to understand why they should not get high at all.
I'll come back to that. Lot of work to do. Let's just take a short break now, and then we'll continue. We're going on a break now. Welcome back from that break. It's still Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji, my guest. Yes, we're talking about drug abuse, the prevalence of drug abuse, and you were alluding to how it is so widespread, the 4 categories. What's the way out?
You know, honestly, I'm not as pessimistic as some people think about this issue of substance that we can't get out. We can get out.
Yeah.
But it takes complementary effort. And for us to understand that it is not the NDLEA stuff or NAFDAC stuff alone, you know.
Okay.
It's about all of us. And I'll tell you how and why. To start drugs, many times we find out it starts from the home. I'm not saying that every home that has a problem, their children will take drugs. No. But it gives them there's something. There's something.
There's
that
a gravitation.
Absolutely, that then pushes them to take it. The thing is, primarily, that I say today is parents must be parents again. You and I grew up in a society that it takes a village to train a child.
Yeah.
Your neighbor can first of all push you by the ears and bring you to your parents.
No, flog you mean.
And flog you.
Yes.
And then still bring you to your parents and parents
And
will
they'll flog you
you.
again. Yes.
It doesn't happen today.
Yeah.
Parents go to schools to beat up teachers. What are you telling the child? He can get away with blue murder. Many parents don't know their children.
Yeah.
Because they are in economic pursuit of happiness, in quotes. Everybody wants to work. Everyone wants to be like the Joneses. You see, there's something that I tell people. You know, in psychology, there are 3 psychological components of the human person. The id, the ego. Many of us, no matter the level we get to, still suffer from deficit in ego. And the ego is, who am I? Many of us don't know who we are. We have not sat down to say, who am I? What is my purpose on earth? I didn't just get born because I want to be a part of a number. There has to be something for me particular or specific that I need to do to excel in that makes me feel confident about who I am. That is why you see people want to be like somebody else.
Yes.
You know, Wole Soyinka says something, saying, a tiger does not need to proclaim his tigritude.
At all.
A tiger is a tiger.
Yeah.
And you know, people forget that no matter your disposition, you are also prone to success. There are very good barbers, very good tailors, very good different things, but the society has shifted focus. And generally we all have lost focus, even the church. What does the church talk about today? Money.
Prosperity.
Prosperity. How can you prosper when you have not labored? And then the kind of teaching that the Bible says is not the application of what the pastors say today.
Oh no, you actually you hear church members say that, oh, that brother is driving a Mercedes Benz.
I claim it.
Claim what?
Claim what?
Did you claim the problems that came with it?
With it? And do you know how he got his Benz?
Yes.
You know, until we train our children, as I said to you, my father used to sit with us and talk. My father never talked about money. Money is good, but he talked about values. And you see, I think Yoruba say when you are on the road, you are pursuing money or something, and you meet honor on the road.
Yes, no. So you better take the honor.
You better take the honor because money will come with the honor.
Yeah.
But you see, we are pursuing money at the detriment of honor and value. What is wrong with our society today? Look at it. We blame the young people for this. It's not true. What do they see? What examples? Who are the role models for young people today? Absent. The people they see are the hooligans that the media will promote, put them on pages and flash them up.
Yeah.
Do they talk about people like Dr. Kolade?
Yeah.
Do they talk about the lady who found money at the airport and returned it?
Yeah.
Or there was a boy I read lately in Uniben who did something and the dean had to recognize it. The guy couldn't pay his school fees. He found money. He returned it that would have paid the school fees. Do we talk about them? Does social media carry those kind of stories?
Yeah.
No. We carry the story of somebody who just, all these Yahoo boys.
Yes. Somebody who came into huge money all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then nobody, even parents. Don't. So when you look at the issue of drug, it's all those things. So if we're going to deal with it, we have to deal with it in a manner that parents understand what their roles are, and then the society also knows. You know, the problem with society is we're too quick to judge. We never give second chances to people. People that you read about, biographies and everything, if the world didn't give them second chances, look at Obama.
Yes.
If you read the story, you will know this is a classical story of somebody who would have missed it. Look at who he became.
Yeah.
We don't talk to today about those things. I just read a book lately called Beautiful Things on drugs, written by Joe Biden's son, Hunter
Yes.
Biden.
Yeah.
If any parent read that book, they should have a different paradigm shift as to how to deal with their children. In all the issues and all the years of addiction, Joe Biden and his wife Jill never derided this boy, never denounced him and threw him out of the house. They just said, we will stand with you. And he wrote it in the book. Those were some of the elements that kept him. So the society must begin to understand these vices grew out of our own situation. We all together must work together to help these people.
I know that there's a huge prevalence of drug use amongst the very young generation, especially university students. What's the relationship between CADAM and the universities? Both private and...
Most private. Usually, our relationship is stronger with private universities and particularly the Christian universities.
Okay.
One started with us and saw the result and the others learned from them. And we also now wrote in order to help the students because many universities, out of ignorance, were expelling students. The final year. And we say to them that is counterproductive, which is one of the things that General Marwa is now talking about. The first attempt in helping should not be punitive. We should not punish users because they are victims. So that is double jeopardy. So we wrote to the universities and said, look, we will be willing to help you. Come and visit us and see what we do. Let them come when you catch them. We will help them with rehabilitation. We will certify them. They'll go back to school. Then if you watch them, many of them have graduated. So
from university?
Oh, from university.
That's
oh, yes,
very
I
good.
know quite many are doctors and nurses and even pilots today.
Fantastic.
That graduated from us. So that gave them, and they said, why don't we try? This is not to say that every one of them they sent to us do that. 2, 3 still fail, and then they expel them because they have tried enough. But they have seen a measure of success.
So you're saying the first step is not...
It's not rustication. It's not punishment. Even if you are going to punish, let it be a lesser level. Let's say we suspend you for a semester. Go to so place or wherever you choose. Go and get rehabilitated. Bring a certification that you have stopped. We will take you back to school. We will, because what schools today check at random.
Yeah.
So they are not caught if you do well. And they'll be watching. Because what we say to them is when they come and finish with us, let a lecturer who has understanding be watching over them, report to the lecturer maybe once in 2 weeks. How are you doing? Look at it, but don't begin to check them out. Maybe this guy. No, that's not the way.
But then there's the other side of checking. When they check randomly and they find some of the chemicals in their bloodstream, like THC, for instance, which I found out can last about 30 days within the system. I mean, what does that mean? And there are other sources of getting THC?
You know, the interesting thing is, if you invest, you know, these guys are smart.
Yes.
Catching out the university authorities. Some university authorities test, but they don't catch anyone, depending on what the children, what these boys use.
So don't say boys only.
No, girls. Oh, girls.
Yeah.
No, you'll be surprised that this is not limited to the men folk. Women do as much drugs as men. So I use boys because in a general sense.
Yes.
So the thing is, if you find it true, you find it. But it doesn't mean that the person is on a regular use.
Okay.
Because if you use cannabis, if you don't use it within the next 2 weeks, you can still test positive. And but you know, some of this we are telling universities, do these things with caution. Because there are some natural tablets prescribed in hospital that can make you have a false positive result.
Okay.
With this test. For instance, let me give you. If you take Aleve, Aleve is an analgesic.
Yes.
If you take it, if they test you, they'll find THC. There'll be a false positive for THC. And so just like other drugs, there are a few, we call them non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs.
Okay.
Some of them can give you a false positive for THC. So you can't then find THC and say, oh, surely this guy, you must interrogate the fact. First of all, test and find results. Don't say this is what we found. Do you do this? Do you do this? So that you do not put the university in a difficult position. Because if the university now suspends, and then somehow the student can prove that it doesn't use drugs, if they then do
subsequent tests,
then it becomes a problem for the university. Then nobody will trust your judgment.
So there's a need for caution.
There's a need for caution. And you see, one of the things we also told the university, who catches someone to take for test? You need to be careful. There must be, the security can catch, but they must hand over to someone with more authority and understanding who can then say, we'll do this. If you don't do that and it becomes the security who can just take, then they will make mistakes.
Yeah.
And what we also told universities, all this noise about drugs, they don't grow in the universities. They got brought in.
Yes.
Some of the staff of the university are culpable. In the kitchen, in the laundry, the marijuana,
the dispatch person.
Yes, all those things are people who can bring this to this. There's one particular student I saw last week who said to me that within his school, I won't mention the university, it's a Christian university. He said in their school they use Colorado. So I asked him why. He said in the test kit of the university, Colorado does not show. It's not detected. So they use it on a grand scale. To get it within the campus from people who sell it as students starts from 2,000, 2,500 to 3,000. So he now has a friend who is in a public institution who brings it, who gets it from outside for about 500 naira. So he brings it to him. But that guy was coming one day to supply it. Both of them got caught. He was tested, it was negative, although he uses. The other person who brought was positive because he uses other things. So he was suspended or expelled. So we said to him, we will rehabilitate him and do a letter to your university that this is this, and then give you a second chance. But public institutions don't really care. You come, I mean, you can imagine that population in some of these public institutions, how would they be bothering themselves? But they have to bother because they are producing people for the outside market. The same way the workplace needs to begin to bother today in terms of the people they employ. Because if you are not careful, you will employ them to your system and they begin to grow within your system. And the drug they take does not have to be it can be an innocuous thing. If you see somebody in the office, for instance, who is taking a particular beverage, put it on his table, the same bottle or container for like 3 hours is not, it must be strange to you. Or somebody has a flask. You know, there's this singer who sang one time, water bottle.
Yes.
Those things are not just street water bottle. Nobody goes to a party carry water bottle.
Yes.
So you must know that there's something in it. So I'm talking about this because we must begin to be observant of the current practices in our environment to help us take decisions.
But this whole situation looks so bleak. Is there a way out?
Oh, of course there is.
You are optimistic?
I'm optimistic. Look, let me tell you my basis for optimism, particularly now.
Yes.
And I must confess, having met General Marwa and worked with him a bit, I have a feeling, I'm strongly optimistic that if he is allowed to take the time and strategy as he wants to do, with the available resources, and then with his motivating his work staff, we will get results. It will be, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. What do I mean by that? It won't happen by magic. It will happen because we join up to work with him, and it's every facet. You said something the other time in questioning me. Even within the law enforcement agencies, they are greater users of drugs than the average society. I've been to joints where I saw them in uniform, take off their cap and they're shacking up. And that's why we have those accidents at the checkpoints and all those things. The custom must be involved in the interdiction. You know when people import, was it end of last year, somebody imported some containers of tramadol. If they were not caught at the port, they would have gone. When they said the number of tablets counted, if they were distributed across every Nigerian, each of us will have 2 to 3 tablets. You can then know the magnitude. But I can show you, if that thing had walked past them, within 2 weeks they'll be importing another set.
Another one,
So each component of society, you know, I mentioned parents, I mentioned schools, I mentioned the workplace, then the church.
And the mosque too.
And the mosque, the religious body. You know why I'm particular about religious bodies? They see a lot more people than any component of our society. So if the pastors know about drugs, they talk about, not in a judgmental sense, oh, if you take drugs, you go to hell. You are making the boys continue to take. Something has to take me to somewhere. Don't use that. We must use love and empathy and drive it home. And when they come to talk to us, it must be confidentially maintained. They might even say, don't tell my parents. Then don't call their parents, because their parents give you shoes when they travel. You call them money. Then you destroy. And the others will never tell you stop. It cuts across. The confidentiality must cut across every facet of the society. The church, the workplace, the schools, and everything.
Now, to ask you a final question, how is CADAM funded?
I thank you for asking me. It is one of the most difficult aspects of our operation. And I must say this, if not for Mommy Gio, we would be struggling like anything. She visited us and saw our center in the rudimentary stage when we were. She said, and this is a rehab center. No wonder when I tell people to come, they don't want to come. They say Bujero, and that is like
a ship pen.
Yes, something like. I said, Mommy, but what will we do? We've talked to everyone that we can talk to, no help. She then left, then called me. That was how she began to release money to us until we built a good center. She then spoke to...
I should come there. I haven't been there in a while.
Oh, you should come. And one of the things I even want to do, interest big Nigerians. Let them come and visit. Then they can take a decision how they can help us. Not necessarily if they want to give money. They can build certain centers. They can give us equipment. They can give us vehicles. The things that we need. They don't have to give us money, so they don't say some people want to chop their money. But it's a place for people to visit. Even when people want to have ceremonies like a poker birthday, they can say, every fund from it I give to this center, or come and help us. But finance is a major issue. The church gives us money, which today is like what we use to pay salaries to buy food, because the program is free. The program in Ekpe is free. We don't charge a dime for it, and they spend a year. We house them, we clothe them, we treat them, we do all those, so we feed them. So we need help. If we get help, we'll be on top of it, we will do much more.
So, call for help.
Call for help.
Talk to the people.
I wish today, if anybody watches this, you go to our website, www.kadamonline.org. No, sorry, www.kadam.org.ng. That's our website. Yeah. And then our phone number is 0817-103, I think 9895. Our phone number. Our office is in Ikeja, Agidingbe, 5 Yusuf Close, off Sadiku Street, off Amaro, behind Zenith Bank. Come and visit with us. If you come, you talk to us, we'll take you to visit. You will see these people in flesh. You see the faces of addiction. And then you can see there is hope. That's why I'm happy. And I'm pleased to say to you that it's not all bleak. Okay. It looks bleak today, but there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you.
Papa. Thank you so much. My guest today on Timeless Conversations has been Dr. Dokun Adedeji, an altruistic person, totally selfless. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll follow up on what Kadam is doing. We'll come there.
We'll be glad.
We'll come there. We'll come there. Maybe we can do a special one.
I think you should.
Site.
I think you should, and maybe also get somebody like General Amara to talk to us.
Yeah, we'll reach out to him. We'll reach out to him. Thank you very much for watching. See you some other time. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Very good afternoon. I am Emmanuel Ulubobokun. This is News Brief. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has affirmed the victory of Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule, who had been declared the winner of the election by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The court expunged evidence and exhibits from the tribunal, and Justice Uchechukwu ruled that the statements of the witnesses were not front-loaded as per the Electoral Act 2022.
In any case, His Excellency the Governor Engineer Abdullahi Sule is a man of the people, and he appreciates the manner in which the opposition fought, and he has always been given a level playing ground for everyone. So going through the rule of law, I think, is one of the things that His Excellency abhor and he appreciates so well. But this victory is one that comes with lots of excitement, and it comes with lots of relief, so that His Excellency will continue to deliver the dividends of democracy to the people of Nasarawa State.
The justices have done justice to this case, and you can see that going by the judgments and the pronouncements, it was a thoroughly delivered judgment. I should take it that this is one of those things that happen. We must all come together and throw away all differences that these elections have cost us, that can come together as a people to unite as one and develop our states. Our state needs all of us.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced plans to appeal the Court of Appeal's decision and to uphold Governor Abdullahi Sule's removal from Nasarawa State. Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared Sule the winner of the March election, but PDP candidate David Magadu was sent to the tribunal. Sule, through his lawyer, Awolo Lanipekun, has requested the court to overturn the tribunal's decision and allow his own appeal. Now, Lanipekun argued that the tribunal refused to take witness submissions during the hearing, and that Beaver's data was not considered as evidence.
What was contested was the computation, and this computation are done at the ward levels, and the various ward agents came before the tribunal and gave competent testimony about what took place with respect to the computation. Strangely, INEC, which did the computation, did not bring a witness to dispute the mathematical calculation, which the tribunal also did, utilizing the evidence that was tendered before it. So it is rather strange for this court to come to that determination. I think it was rather a very strange misconception of the case. And happily, this is not the final court in this matter. We already have instructions to test the decisions that have been rendered this afternoon, and we have already swung in.
However, Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State has visited the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, on Thursday to convey his gratitude for the recent favorable verdicts from the Court of Appeal in Abuja. Sule, flanked by his predecessors, Senator Abdullahi Adamu and Umar Tanko Al-Makura, conveyed his gratitude for the appellate court decision that overturned the election tribunal's earlier ruling, which had initially ousted him and declared PDP's David Ombugadu as the winner. Now, others who accompanied the Governor Sule include the representative of Nasarawa State at the Federal Executive Council and Police Affairs Minister, Mrs. Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim, Representative Abubakar Hassan Nalabraba, and also the Speaker of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, Ibrahim Abdullahi Balarabi.
I want to use the opportunity to also congratulate our opponents for their doggedness. They have done their best, but their best has come to the point where it is at this moment. So I want to call on them that if they truly love Nasarawa State, this is the time for them to come and partner with us, because they can see clearly that we mean well for Nasarawa State. They can see clearly that we have a plan for Nasarawa State. They can see clearly that our plan and our wisdom has nothing to do with ethnicity and has nothing to do with religion. We love the good people of Nasarawa State irrespective of their ethnicity and their religion. And my predecessors have all indicated that, and they have shown that. But I want to call especially on members of our own party to be sincere with yourself first. Because if you are not sincere with yourself, you cannot be sincere with others. So you must be able to be sincere first with yourself and say that I believe in this and this is where I'm going. I believe very strongly that what has happened to us at the tribunal is a wake-up call for us. If it had not happened, maybe we will not all be awake at this moment.
Now, governors elected of the People's Democratic Party platform has expressed confidence in the judiciary and the Supreme Court's ability to uphold justice in a recent court judgment that overturned some governors' elections. Now, they met on the platform of the People's Democratic Party Governors Forum in Abuja to discuss party-related issues and call for a new revenue allocation formula that allocates more money to state and local government councils.
The meeting reviewed the recent judgments of the Court of Appeal concerning governors of various states and noted the mixed outcomes. As a forum, we once again restate our overall confidence in the judiciary to do justice. We believe that the Supreme Court will do justice in the cases where we recorded temporary setbacks like Zamfara and Plateau states. The meeting also reviewed the off-season elections in Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo states. We support the decision of INEC to investigate the allegation of existence of refilled result sheets even before elections started in some places to ensure the confidence of the people in the electoral process. On the national economy, the meeting urgently requested the federal government to prioritize the introduction of a new revenue allocation formula that gives more money to the states and local governments to enable them to meet their increased responsibilities and duties.
And still on election petition matters, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has affirmed the election of Gombe State Governor Enwaya Haya after the Independent National Electoral Commission declared him the winner with a total of 342,821 votes. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, accused Haya of not being re-elected by a majority of lawful votes and alleged ballot stuffing to favour him. Now, the PDP candidate and his party appealed the decision, but the court dismissed the appeal. Moving on in party politics, the All Progressive Congress APC in Kano State has raised concerns about a mass protest planned by the ruling New Nigerian People's Party (NNPP) on Saturday. Now, the APC members who previously dominated the cabinet of former Kano Governor Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje have called on security agencies to take proactive measures to avoid loss of life and properties. Now, the NNPP government is being accused of encouraging public office holders and supporters to bully judges and has also resorted to sponsored street protests to instill fear. Now, moving on, the Labour Party governorship candidate for Imo, Aten Achonu, and the scores of his supporters on Thursday has stormed the national headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Abuja to demand a true certified copy of the just concluded poll in the state. Now, Achonu, who was accompanied by the national youth leader Kennedy and Ahanotu, has also accused the electoral umpire of playing a double standard in the November 11 Oseko election. The protest came 2 weeks after INEC declared Governor Hope Uzodinma the All Progressive Congress winner of the election. The APC candidate pulled a total of 540,308 votes to beat Samuel Anyanwu of the People's Democratic Party, who scored 71,503 votes, and Achonu, who could only secure 64,081 votes.
Our state collation agent duly asked INEC
not to announce any result. That collation started very early that day, even while voting was going on. Uploading to the portal, to the IRF, started while even voting was taking place, was still ongoing. So how did that happen? That they should go to their back-end server and confirm the results they were about to announce, that they are not correct. So INEC refused to do that. That returning officer insisted, because you could see that he had an agenda. So we duly wrote to INEC asking them to review that election that they're not supposed to announce. They hurriedly announced that election, even before the 7 days that we allowed for review had passed. So INEC now, we wrote on Monday, we asked them, give us access to the same results that you claim that we lost, that you declared. Up till today, as we speak here, we have not received a permission to collect the CTCs of that election.
Now, Daniel Igaga, chieftain of the Labour Party in Edo State, has accused Nigerian politicians of causing other countries' regression through their self-centered and money-oriented governance style. I urge Nigerians to replace politicians with the responsible ones and call for a drastic change in the country's governance.
Nigerian politicians are the principality plaguing this country. And we must fight them. We must fight them to reclaim our country that works for all of us and put people who are compassionately caring about the people the governor wants to lead. How do you lead people when your first priority is to spend 165 million for yourself?
He, however, urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to consider increasing workers' minimum wage and also implementing measures to improve the standard of living for Nigerians, while also suggesting economic and labor reform to change the current economic narrative.
Why shouting up the rooftop, trying to raise question about economic reform, education reform, public health reform, welfare reform, labor union reform, hourly rate for monthly rate, that, hourly rate should be at least between 500 to 1,000 naira. And while pushing all that, it just keeps falling on deaf ears. People don't understand that we need an hourly rate. Hence, the minimum wage should be at least with 500 naira. Hourly rate, the minimum hourly rate should be at least 500 naira. An hour minimum. I'm the only candidate speaking about pushing for that. I think the moment we put that minimum hourly rate, it will begin to, the cost of living will be forced down, and the standard of living will increase. People will be able to treat themselves when they fall sick, not die from malaria.
And now, as part of measures to find durable solutions to humanitarian response in Nigeria, the federal government, United Nations agencies, development partners and also ambassadors have restated their commitment towards a coordinated approach and pledged to raise a sum of $5 billion annually for the nation's Humanitarian and Poverty Alleviation Trust Fund. This was the outcome of the first humanitarian coordination meeting by Minister for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Betta Edu, with other stakeholders in Abuja. On their commitment to crisis in Nigeria, the meeting brought all the humanitarian responders in Nigeria under one roof, where they all committed to a durable, smart and coordinated approach to humanitarian responses.
Of course, going forward, having government as the lead, coordinating all the humanitarian response in Nigeria. We would also be hashing on fully getting commitments from the federal government, from private sector, all the UN agencies, partners, on their contribution to the Humanitarian and Poverty Alleviation Trust Fund. We've agreed on a quarterly meeting. We've agreed on a joint assessment of the humanitarian crisis across the country early next year. And then we're looking forward to the African Humanitarian Summit next year, where we'll be bringing together all the key players in the humanitarian sector around the world. And this will be a follow-up to the World Humanitarian Summit, which held in Istanbul in 2016.
Now, on his part, the United Nations resident and humanitarian coordinator for Nigeria, Matthias Ashmel, who spoke on behalf of United Nations agencies, expressed absolute support to the government of Nigeria in its efforts to tackle humanitarian challenges facing the country. Similarly, the ambassador of Malaysia, Norway and United Arab Emirates, among other ambassadors, committed to support Nigeria in a more strategic way to address the humanitarian crisis in Nigeria.
We have been waiting for stronger leadership in the government on humanitarian affairs and poverty alleviation. And I think the minister set out very clearly what the expectations of government are. And on behalf of the UN, I can say we stand ready to play. We need to deliver together for the benefit of vulnerable people in this country. So as the minister said in the meeting, we can do this together, which means better coordination, better accountability, and at the end of the day, results for people in need of humanitarian assistance and needing to reduce poverty.
A lot, we would begin to see results, properly recorded results, properly coordinated response across the country, and then new areas that we did not have interventions and boots on ground in time past. We'll begin to see that happen as we go forward. We also mentioned today the Northwest Humanitarian Operation Response Plan. This is the first of its kind for the Northwest. We've had a lot on the Northeast. Now we're including the Northwest, and then of course Benue as a state and other flashpoints.
Now we're moving on. Oyo State government has reiterated its commitment to a responsible gaming policy in this state. Now, the secretary to the state government, Professor Olanike Adeyemo, stated this during the 5th Annual Stakeholders Interactive Forum of the Oyo State Gaming Board. Now, the theme of the forum, Tax and Taxed Building a Sustainable Gaming Environment, is held in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Professor Olanike enjoined gaming companies to embrace transparent monetization in the world of gaming. Now, the host of the event, Mr. Olajide Boladuro, Director General of the board, commended the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Seyi Makinde, for making Oyo State #1 investment destination in Nigeria. Now, Boladuro enjoined that gaming companies in the state adhere to strict rules and standards designed to protect players in the gaming industry. Olajide also noted that Oyo State will do all in its power to create an enabling environment for investment to flourish in the state.
What will enable us to build a sustainable and responsible gaming environment in Oyo State will be building stakeholders' capacity to take advantage of the industry's potential and manage the risks associated with gambling expansion. There's no absolute positive or absolute negative in life. So we have to be prepared to manage those risks. Improving reach and engagement through innovation and technology, responsible gambling policies that we enforce. We have fantastic policies on paper, but how do we do when it comes to implementation?
We will not relent as the government agency that we are, but as the government aspect of this vice, because it is a vice, and to preach the message to the people that gamble and do these gaming things, to let them know that it is actually addictive. So, I mean, the revenue is not the goal for us. It's just that we have to regulate the industry.
Now moving on to other parts of Africa, Niger's military ruler General Abdurrahmani Tiani has visited Mali to meet with Colonel Assimi Goïta with his first international visit since seizing power in July, which Mali and Burkina Faso ruled by military leaders have pledged solidarity to Niger's school leaders. Now, the three Sahel countries signed a pact in September, including provisions for mutual defense and economic ties. Now, Tiani pledged to return Niger to civilian rule within 3 years as Mali postponed a presidential election and plans to host ministers from the three countries for meetings. Now move out straight from Africa. Israel and Hamas have announced a deal for a 4-day truce, allowing the exchange of at least 50 Israeli hostages for 150 Palestinian prisoners. The deal, facilitated by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States of America, could be enforced starting Friday. It also aims to provide food, medicines, and fuel to the 2.4 million civilians trapped in Gaza. Now, a second phase could see 150 more Palestinian prisoners freed in exchange for another 50 hostages during an extended truce. Now, the deal is aimed at alleviating the suffering of Palestinians in the West Bank. And now we'll move on straight to business. Nigeria Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has proposed privatizing oil refineries to improve efficiency. Abbas expressed dissatisfaction with the country's dilapidated refineries and high oil theft rates, which drain revenue, affect forex availability, and cause inflation. He inaugurated a special committee to address oil theft as Nigeria aims to become a net exporter of petroleum products by the year 2024.
Challenge, and I can confirm to you, Right Honorable Speaker, that by the end of December latest, we will start the Port Harcourt refinery. Early in the first quarter of 2023-2024, we will start the Warri refinery, and also by the end of 2024, Kaduna refinery will come into operation. This is the commitment that we are giving and can hold us accountable on this. So we will no longer be talking about imports of petroleum products after 2024 or by the last quarter of 2024.
It's something that you need to actually put before your management team to see. How can we turn around these decades and decades of losses of inactivity in our refineries by making them active? And one way, I believe you know, is for you to find a way of privatizing these refineries.
And now on to entertainment news. There was a recent fire outbreak at the home of popular singer Adekunle Temitope, better known as Modoctor. The singer confirmed the incident on his Instagram story on Thursday. He wrote in Pidgin saying, "No pressure for the Lord is with me," as no life was lost. Now, he also, that is to say, King also we bonds and make beatification fit plenty. Now, Yanu Mashele soonest, which is said in Yoruba language. Now we'll move on straight to sports. Nottingham Forest striker Taiwo Awoniyi has been ruled out of the forthcoming African Cup of Nations tournament in Ivory Coast after aggravating his groin injury in the Super Eagles 1-1 draw with Lesotho in Uyo last Thursday. Now the Nigerian striker has since undergone surgery and will be out for months, according to Forest coach Steve Cooper. Now Awoniyi, who has scored 4 goals in 11 Premier League appearances for Forest this season, will now spend an extended spell on the sidelines. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plosive Africa and Plosive Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun, many thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Fundamentally, hustle culture is about work dominating your time in such an unnatural way that we have no time to live our lives. The demanding nature of our world now, where people have to pay multiple bills, take care of family, has led to the need to make more money to meet those needs. Coupled with the constantly increasing cost of living and inflation, people can't stop working. The weekends are no longer spent relaxing and spending time with family, but catching up on work that couldn't be completed during the week or doing other side hustles that can provide that extra money to cover some bills. Now, people log in long hours and take on side hustles for many reasons. Eloho, a 28-year-old woman, has to take on multiple jobs of being an editor by day, an English language tutor by night, and an invigilator on the weekends.
The cost of living has really increased. Like, the inflation is at an all-time high, and salaries are not increasing that much. Even if they are, a friend of mine calculated it for me and said, even if you're earning like 100% more, now your expenses are now like 100% more. For example, I moved houses twice in the last 3 years, and now I'm paying, the rent I'm paying right now is like 200% of what I started with on this same salary. So I say my salary is for 3 different things. So like the day job is for living expenses. Electricity tariff has increased twice. There's water bill, there's light bill, there's so many things to consider. Then my 9th job is for skincare. Your skin starts caring when you take care of it. So and skincare is now more expensive, just keeps getting more expensive. So like things that make me happy, that's for one of my income streams goes to. Another is for rent, specifically dedicated to paying rent. And you know, I'm also a firstborn, first daughter, first granddaughter. So there's black tax too.
Oyidamola Abati is another young person who has found herself juggling many jobs and gigs.
In terms of the juggling, it's not so hard anymore. People do it now, like especially now that the pandemic changed everything really. Before the pandemic, people used to ask me, how do you do it? But now, everybody has to learn how to do it. I have friends that are working 3 jobs, that are working 4 jobs. It's stressful, but you know, you have to survive somehow. So for me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure.
With the rising cost of living, many people don't have a choice but to work at multiple jobs and also own businesses. The economic realities and the proliferation of entrepreneurship has necessitated many into working multiple jobs and hustles to make ends meet. The average young Nigerian works at a job and does a small business on the side. With such little time to rest, it's no wonder burnout has cropped up in our vocabulary since 2020. Burnout is a condition that is classified as an occupational phenomenon by the World Health Organization resulting from workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. It is a state of physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. As the stress continues, you begin to lose interest and motivation that led you to take on certain roles in the first place.
Last December was the first December in 8 years I did not fall sick. And December you have a little break. The first day of that break, that's when I fall sick. Because my body is used to like just going and going and going. And as soon as I stop, the body's like, you thought I forgot. So there's this. It's never, and what's part about my kind of sickness is that it's never something you can find. It's really just stress. So in December 2019, I traveled because I like to travel home every year. I went to Warri, and one Sunday, I just woke up and my body was hot. And so I was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, no, I'm fine. I wasn't eating, and I'm a foodie, so if I'm not eating, it's really bad. So I wasn't eating, so many things were going on, but I was really just hot, and I was shaking. And then I said, no, I'm going to church. So I went to church, and before I knew it, I landed in a church clinic. And then my mom came and she was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. That was the only thing, Mommy, I'm tired. The doctor was like, there's nothing wrong with you, but your body is just hot and you look like you're about to faint. I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. So I lay my head on her shoulder. My doctor was like, you're actually very tired. And they just admitted me. So I was just lying there on the bed. I remember I was wearing a new dress based on it was December. And I keep saying, I tell people that my new dress was christened in the hospital. I was just lying on the bed, like IV in my arm, and I was just tired.
I was like, I'm done. And I was like, for now, I'm just going to focus on my lecturing job. I know that even though it's a little, it can still pay some bills during the month. And I'm just going to manage for this period. So I took like a 3 to 6 month break. I said I wasn't doing anything else. So eventually, when I was ready again and I felt mentally up to it, I started applying for jobs again.
While hustle culture glorifies overworking as a badge of honor, it often sets up an environment of fear, guilt and shame, especially when you don't feel like running at the same pace as everyone around you, according to Nicole Kamak, a clinical psychologist and the CEO of Black Mental Wellness. To avoid burnout, here are some tips. Seek support. Make time or find time to rest. Burnout can be preempted by learning to take breaks in between work projects. Don't wait till you're tired and burn out before you take a deserving rest. Take note of the activities that re-energizes you and schedule them into your regular activity.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. As you can see, I am Uti Elu and I am joined today by two very gorgeous women in the studio with me, NJ and Alera. How are we doing, ladies?
Good.
I love this, your whole outfit. The glasses matches the top.
She looks like all those lawyers that are ready to come and just...
Absolutely. Yeah, you're looking so, like everything is working. The glasses with the top, with the jacket, like the colors are picking everything.
You know, the president has called you and you're ready to go.
I'm ready.
She's doing very well. We also have Alera in studio with us. I've never been on set with Alera before, so this is the first time in my, God, is it 3 years on the show now?
Yeah. It's awesome. I feel good.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm excited about the topic today, right? Yeah. It's going to be a good, fun conversation. But let's take our quote. So here's what we found as today's quote. When traveling in high-risk roads, such as Abuja, Kaduna, Abuja, Lokoja, Okene or Aba, to Port Harcourt roads, then alert your family members, friends and colleagues in order to have someone on hand to pay off the ransom that could be demanded. Now this has been flying around on social media all day today, so we thought that it'd be a great anchor for our story. What do we think about this quote? We'll come to the backstory of the quote, but just take it at face value. What were your first thoughts when you saw it?
For me, it's the audacity at the disclaimer. Okay. Like, it's there. So you cannot say he's not there. Okay. They have to tell you.
They told you.
Audacity for me. So
like, why would you even say something like that?
Like,
that you should have your family and friends on hand to pay the ransom?
Yeah, so you can say...
Meaning that human life is no longer important. I'm not saying that the government should be willing to pay, but you do not say something like this.
Why would you even write it?
So the perspective, and I hear you, the why is very important. But there's also, it is a sign of our current reality, right? That's what it is. Mm-hmm. Whatever you decide to do, however you want to swing it, it's a sign of the times. But we have time today to flesh out and discuss and decide what our perspectives are. The relevance of the National Youth Service Corps NYSC in Nigeria has been a subject of debate in recent years, particularly in light of the escalating insecurity across the country. While some argue that the program remains a valuable tool for promoting national unity and social development, others contend that it has become outdated and poses an unnecessary risk to participants. It is our Ladies' Night Out, and NJ, Alera and I are here to discuss the topic. State of insecurity, is NYSC still relevant? And when we open our phone lines, we would absolutely love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a quick break to see what we found in the news. Please stay with us.
it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You're still watching Ways. National Cashew Day is celebrated annually on November 23rd. It is a day to celebrate this delicious, versatile nut, which is enjoyed by people all over the world. Cashews are a good source of protein, fiber, and vitamins and minerals, including magnesium, copper, and vitamin B6. They're also a good source of antioxidants, which can help to protect the body from damage caused by free radicals. Who is a cashew lover? Yeah. It's me. It's not so.
Recently I started taking granules, so anything that is nutty. Meh.
Yeah, not. So I'm a big fan of nuts. I think that I used to avoid peanuts when I was younger because of my skin.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, peanuts is like my go-to superfood.
Yeah.
I think I probably go through a bottle maybe like every week or so. Just because, yes, thankfully the skin is a bit better now, it's calmer. But I mean, they just offer so many benefits, and particularly like for me, I'm trying to keep my cholesterol in check. So the good fats in the nuts help to reduce it. But I mean, I love cashews. I think the problem I have with cashews, I don't think that the ones that I eat, the local ones, and the cashew fruit actually is delicious. I love the fruit itself.
I think is it the seed that is acidic or is the fruit?
The fruit is acidic, yes.
The juice touches.
Yes, exactly. That's it. That's the fruit. But the nut itself, somehow we've not figured out how to roast the nut quite right for me.
Do you want to try
here?
DIY?
Yeah, I find that if you think about it, when you buy the imported ones, it's always nice and dry and all of that. So I think there's maybe something in the way we're roasting it locally that is not quite working. But I still eat it too. But I still eat it.
I have tried the ones from like Cotonou. There's a way that they roast it. It's really crunchy. Even their ground. There's a way that they roast it is really nice.
The technique must be different.
There's probably something that they use. Some ingredient that they.
I know, but I mean, cashews are just cashews like all nuts.
I think right now for me, cashew is more than
peanuts. I mean, all nuts for me is just you know when you read all the articles, they say just eat a handful.
Yes.
They were not talking to me.
You're done with half of the bottle. So I've been taking granules of late, and then what I've been doing is, you know, when you eat granules and banana, the taste, the combination is always. Then I started noticing that I started having like acne here and there. So what I now decided to do is I started battling it with the ginger shots remedy. So I eat the granules as I like. Then I now have like the ginger shots that I've
Ginger shot does what now?
So ginger shot basically does like
antioxidant.
Yes, so it cleanses your system from the inside out. So what I do is I blend ginger, turmeric, cinnamon, garlic, black pepper, black seed, and clove.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah, all of that. And when I wake up in the morning after brushing my teeth.
So do you steep it in water or you just drink it?
I just take a shot.
Just take a shot of it.
Every day.
I have mixture is quite.
It's a lot.
That's extreme.
Yeah.
It's more than the more than the usual.
I'm glowing.
So, I can give you.
Yes, you are.
So I do the same thing, but it's already made.
Right.
So there's a ginger. So they sell the ginger.
Okay, so I think I've seen those ginger shots.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they sell they sell the small bottles and then the bigger ones that you can. Yeah. Well,
Because turmeric on its own is colorful, so if they make it for you, you wouldn't really know how rich it is. So I would rather do my blend in my kitchen.
So you blend with the fresh turmeric, right?
Yes.
Ginger turmeric.
That's
nothing. It colors everything. But anyway, I'm happy to hear that we're all keeping healthy in our own ways. But you see, you stop eating your groundnut stops at what's it called? You stop at banana, right? I eat groundnuts with watermelon. Not even bread. I eat it with watermelon. I eat it with watermelon. I eat it with apple. I eat it with cucumber. Like literally every fruit possible. I have it with it. Like it just works. And then I have it with plantain as well.
That's true. I think the Igbo people food. I'm trying to remember the name. The nuts blend that they eat with garden egg.
Oh yes, of course. That's peanuts. Yeah, that's peanuts as well. Okay, cool. So happy Cashew Day to all the cashew lovers out there. What did you find first? Let me start with you, NJ.
Okay, so a lot of ththings have been happening in the news lately, and my story tonight is something that Tosin Silver Dam wrote on his Instagram page and on social media. He posted it on social media, and I quote: "Police should arrest J Boogie and his friend Kim for scamming Nigerians. J Boogie does not need a kidney transplant. The GoFundMe account has been flagged. They have refused to provide test results from the hospital. They have blocked all the people soliciting funds for them. Even the LGBT community. So many organizations want to sponsor them, but they were reluctant because they are a scam. They even altered fake results." So this story.
Give us a backstory to it,
so
because I'm lost.
So J Boogie is a transgender living in Nigeria.
Oh, wow.
And has been quite popular on social media, just like Bob
Risky, yes,
and
James Brown. Mm-hmm.
So there are others, but this story is centered around J Boogie. So I hear that he had some he has undergone some procedures, and at this point he wanted to do something corrective.
Okay.
And then went into the hospital and came out with a bad case of, I don't know what it's called, because I don't know what it's called.
Okay, I see.
But it affected his kidney, and something about him not being able to pee pass urine for a couple of days, and so many videos have been coming up on social media. One of him actually having a conversation with some people, telling them his life was in danger, and that he was going to shut down any moment, and soliciting for funds. And over the course of the week, a lot of people, social media personalities and what have you, have come out on social media to solicit for funds, and for prayers for J Boogie. And sometime maybe earlier in the week or so, something like this comes out. There are speculations that the GoFundMe account had raised, I think, over 200 million, and there was a story. The story now coming up is that all that was a scam to raise money.
Wow.
So okay, so I don't think this is quite surprising, because in the news lately a lot of things have been happening. A lot of people who are supposedly dead and RIP'd are coming back to life, and then a lot of people who and are using it as a method, as a strategy to
get more popular,
improve their music career, and foster. I don't know how low it's coming. It tallies all round with everything that we're saying, because recently we've been talking about where the mindset is right now, and how low people will go to be popular, be famous, and all these things are just showing you that really, like you said, is the end times, because really it's just amazing how low people would go. You claim, some people are claiming,
what it is. People just claim all sorts,
and now you claim, you put out videos, and now companies are trying to sponsor you.
They
and
didn't
help
think
you
it
out.
Through, did they?
That's how it works.
That is always how you get caught.
Well.
It's a pity, because really, this is the reason why some people don't even help.
People don't want to help, yeah. I know.
But
and that's
also, on the other hand, 200 million Nigerians?
No, it's easily done. And when Davido said they should do, was it birthday or whatever, how much turned up? No, that's one is, well, a lot of people, small money, don't joke with retail. You know. but good luck to them. Hello, what did you find
the
first?
integrity part, like it's like nobody has morals anymore. Everybody just does what
Everybody
they
wants
can.
to blow. Yeah.
It's crazy.
What did you find
Well,
first?
for me, it's kind of gonna pick.
Show themselves, and they showed us what they can do. Do you understand? I am devastated. I am heartbroken that this was a scam. I still can't believe it. Oh, like when I lie down, I'm like, God, please let this be a joke. Let me just wake up one day and they'll tell me, oh, the reason why they cut people off was because of something, not like they scammed us. Because a lot of people show forth. And when we found out that this was when organizations started reaching out to say they wanted to clear the hospital bills and they needed proof so they can clear hospital bills. Like, it was so good that we had organizations reach out, they wanted to take Jay out of Nigeria, like, you know, to seek asylum or something and get permanent residence. Like, Jay's life would have been so perfect if this was all true. And the next...
You can hear the pain in that. So like we said, good luck to them. Alera, let's move over to your story.
So for my story today, WHO asked China for more data on respiratory illness breakouts. So the World Health Organization has asked China for more data on respiratory illnesses spreading in the northern part of the country, but Beijing has refused to give a public comment around this, and it's been really crazy that, you know, same China back in 2019 actually, you know, were the beginning of the whole COVID-19, and now there's an influenza-like illness that is spreading in China. And WHO is actually asking them to provide more data so that they can like prepare the world for this outbreak that they claim is happening. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still going to move back to taking health into your own hands. And we know that the body can heal itself. So the earlier you start taking things that will make you strong enough, the better for you. Because all of these things come in like right, left, and center.
It's just scary,
It's
though.
very
because,
scary.
In fact, when I saw this story, I thought to myself, wow.
What next?
Like,
What should we
again?
do?
Again? All I just was like, again?
What should we do?
But, well, it's, again, so many, it's an unfolding story. So let's see where it goes and hope and pray that it doesn't turn into something more serious.
Yeah.
My own story, I very quickly touch on it. The headline says, Lagos loses 4 trillion naira annually to traffic congestion. Of course, this is no surprise. We all live in Lagos. We know how bad traffic can be. This was coming out of a recent study done by the Dani Institute for Research that was looking at the impact and the behavioral causes of traffic congestion in Lagos. It's no story. 21 million people living in Lagos, and traffic is a huge burden, it's a huge problem. What really stood out for me in the story, it says the report highlights that Lagosians spend an average of 2.21 hours commuting daily, with 45% spending more than 2 hours. I mean, 2 hours is even